Namaskar, good morning, good day. Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India to my friends all over the world. This is July 5th, 6th, I think, 6th, yes, 2020. Monday, another day with many changes in connection with current affairs of COVID-19. COVID-19 is displaying its characters gradually, and people are coming out, intelligence coming out, intellectuals coming out, and telling us what it is. They are very serious and very considerable issues. And we have to speak a little about COVID, and then we have to follow our management, general management in engineering, and we have to follow then materials for general specifications, and then we have to follow our FIDIC. Yesterday was a problem due to weather, bad conditions here, and there was no power moving, so I could not do yesterday. Many disturbance. I just delivered a talk of only 2.5 hours, and later I could find the person because of delay in light, power, etc. I just delivered another talk on probably such emergency on a separate video. And now I'm going to talk very specific burning news, development news, which we consider my mind, your mind. What we think so far, what we thought so far is not exactly what is told. There's no correct news coming in. All are fake news. Sometimes you can say fabricated news related to countries and newborn babies. So I'm just trying to tell you something here. Today, first of all, let me say what I'm talking of. I'm talking of something very specific news, and that is that it is regarding COVID, which is now you can say stirring everyone. COVID. Till yesterday what we thought is not true, was not true, but what we think today is true, and how far it is true, you judge yourself. Till yesterday, till day before yesterday, what we were thinking, there have been so many changes, so many additions to those philosophies, those scientific reasons, and now non-scientific reasons have also come back. Let me start with that first, because yesterday's talk I made related news by scientists, 239 scientists, number one, that's from all over the world. They submitted WHO. I will talk to her later on. First, let me talk about today's news because I'll close this file, still open. What is that? That's a very important point. COVID-19. It has been on everybody's mind, on everybody's tongue for so many months, from top to bottom, all levels. COVID-19 has been killing, has been shocking, has been stirring everybody. COVID-19. Let us say what nowadays about this. Today is the news, and that's news I have got. This is Sarak Telegraph. This news is. And now it is about, this is yesterday's news. Exclusive it is. COVID-19 may not have originated in China. Oxford University expert believes. COVID-19 may not have originated in China. This Oxford University expert believes that. And this is very significant, I can say. This is very specific. Let us see what it says one by one, go through this, because for me it's very important, for you also it must be very important, because it's telling something which you don't understand. First of all, let me tell you, there is one photograph on this where some health workers are investigating a manhole. What's there in that? Well, and it's written that sewers being checked in China, in China, Reuters. Now leave it. Now come on to that. Now, coronavirus may have lain dormant. Coronavirus may have lain dormant. Got it? It says that coronavirus may have lain dormant across world and emerged to an environmental conditions were right for it to thrive, rather than starting in China and Oxford University expert believes. I repeat, coronavirus may have lain dormant across world and emerged when environmental conditions were right for it to thrive, rather than starting in China and Oxford University expert beliefs. Dr. Tom Jefferson, Dr. Tom Jefferson, Senior Associate Tutor at Center for Evidence-Based Medicine, CEBM, Center for Evidence-Based Medicine, at Oxford and visiting professor at Newcastle University argues that there is growing evidence that virus was elsewhere before it emerged in Asia. This virus was elsewhere before it emerged in Asia. Let me read this again. Dr. Tom Jefferson, Senior Associate Tutor at Center for Evidence-Based Medicine at Oxford and visiting professor at Newcastle University, argues that there is a growing evidence that virus was elsewhere before it emerged in Asia. Last week, Spanish virologists announced they had found traces of disease in samples of wastewater collected in March 2019, 9 months before coronavirus disease was seen in China. Italian scientists have also found evidence of coronavirus in sewage samples in Milan and Turin. In mid-December, many weeks before first case was detected, while experts have found traces in Brazil in November. Traces in Brazil in November. I repeat, Italian scientists have also found evidence of coronavirus in sewage samples in Milan and Turin in mid-December, many weeks before first case was detected, while experts have found traces in Brazil in November. Dr. Jefferson believes that many viruses lie dormant throughout the globe and emerge when conditions are favorable. It also means they can vanish as quickly as they arrive. Where did SARS-1 go? It is just disappeared. It has just disappeared, he said. So we have to think about these issues, these points, these things. We will need to start researching ecology of virus, understanding how it originates and mutates. I think virus was already here meaning everywhere. We may be seeing a dormant virus that has been activated by environmental conditions. There was a case in Falkland Islands in early February. Now, where did that come from? There was a cruise ship that went from South Georgia to Buenos Aires, and passengers were screened, and then on days 8, when they started sailing towards Weddell Sea, they got first case. Was it in prepared food that was defrosted and activated? Strange things like this happened with Spanish flu. In 1918, around 30% of population of Western Samoa died of Spanish flu, and they had not had any communication with outside world. Explanation for this would only be that these agents do not come or go anywhere. They are always here, and sometimes something ignites them. Maybe human density or environmental conditions. And this is what we should be looking for. Dr. Jefferson believes that virus may be transmitted through sewage system or shared toilet facilities, not just through droplets expelled by talking, coughing, and sneezing. Writing in Telegraph, Dr. Jefferson and Professor Carl Hannigahan, director of CBM, called for an in-depth investigation similar to that carried out by John Snow in 1854, which showed cholera was spreading in London from an infected well in Soho. Exploring why so many outbreaks happen at food factories and meat packing plants could uncover major new transmission routes, they believe. It may be shared toilet facilities coupled with cool conditions that allow virus to thrive. We are doing a living review, extracting environmental conditions, ecology of these viruses, which has been grossly understudied, said Dr. Jefferson. There is quite a lot of evidence that huge amounts of virus in sewage all over the place, and an increasing amount of evidence there is fecal transmission. There is a high concentration where sewage is 4 degrees. Again, this is quite a lot of evidence. There's quite a lot of evidence that huge amounts of virus in sewage all over in places, and an increasing amount of evidence that there is fecal transmission. There is a high concentration where sewage is 4 degrees, which is ideal temperature for virus to be stable and presumably activated, and meat packing plants are often at 4 degrees Celsius. These meat packing clusters and isolated outbreaks don't fit with respiratory theory. They fit with people who haven't washed their hands properly. These outbreaks need to be investigated properly with people on ground one by one. You need to do what John Snow did. You question people, and you start constructing hypotheses that fit facts, not other way around. This is news from Telegraph, and this is detailed news, and title is, again I am telling you, exclusive, and this is COVID-19 may not have originated in China. Oxford University expert believes that. This is very important point that we should have understood, and if we cannot understand, then we cannot say anything. Now, this was about today's news, very specific this is, that virus cannot be claimed that it has come from China alone. It was there, according to this news, in you can say Spain, in Italy, in somewhere else, in Brazil, like that. It was at many more locations, and conditions under which it thrives have been explained. Now, I'll explain later. Now we come to second one, that is yesterday's news. Though we have disseminated this news through video, and also newspapers have come onto that, yet it is better to talk again. These are scientists about whom we are talking, I am talking. These are not ordinary people. I am not referring to some talks by politicians, because politicians can't be relied upon in this issue. This is a scientific issue, this is an engineering issue, this is not an ordinary issue that we can refer to scientists or to politicians, because politicians are not reliable people as far as this virus is concerned. They are not concerned with lives of people, they are concerned with their seats and something, so I should not say about that. Now, I am referring to open letter written to WHO, World Health Organization, by 239 scientists from all over the world. The statement is very, very dominating, very, very, you can say, commanding. That they say, previously WHO directed two paths were there. One was that contact from person to person, and other was that your hand contact with eyes or nose or mouth or something, face. So this virus could transfer from one person to other person based on these two routes. But they tell now, after doing lot of research, these scientists who are very, who have done a lot of research, you can say extensive research on this issue, they have claimed now that when particles are snoozed out, droplets are snoozed out, these droplets stay in air for many hours, couple of hours. They say even if in laboratory conditions, these can stay up to 3 hours, for example. In natural conditions, can stay up to half an hour, say, or even a quarter hour. But these can flow from one place to another, one location to another location during that period. Due to pressure of breach or due to whatever reason, these can move. These can, move from one location to another location. And this is not one particle in one outlet, in one, you can say, when you cough. When you sneeze out, 3,000 particles stay there. And how many people sneeze in streets or on roads or in buses or in trains or elsewhere or in crowd, who knows? How many people cough, who knows? You cannot record that. So there are possibilities, not possibilities, certainties, you can say. I'm not talking uncertain, that's why I'm saying certainty and changes in COVID scenario. There can be more and more chances. There can be more and more chances that these particles keep moving from one location to another location. From one, the height may be 1 meter, it may be more than 1.5 meter, depending on person. And these drops never come to ground immediately. They stay in here. These can move, these can flow, these can sway to one way, and if people come in contact with this, they inhale this. If somebody exhales and somebody inhales, so what shall be the result? You can understand that very well. What shall be the result? That result need not be explained because this is common sense, and if you don't have common sense, then what to say about that? After all, common sense is very important in the world. Without common sense, science fails and engineering fails and everything fails. Common sense is the biggest science of world. We have to understand that point. So if somebody exhales and somebody inhales, you can say, suppose one person inhales one particle only, one droplet only, there are 3,000 droplets. Say, there are probabilities that 3,000, if not all, half of these or 1/4 of these are inhaled by people. That is one point. Very important point, one point, that people inhale that. That's very important point. So what happens? Then you can say infections. Only result, infections. This means there may be crores of such droplets in air, in crowded places, during transport, during walking in streets, and even if it's hot, liquid particles can evaporate, and then this is more lighter. This can move with little wind and can enter your plate, can enter your, food, or can enter your mouth, or can enter your nose. There is no limit, no control we have. So what we say? We can only say that whatever we thought was incomplete, it was not comprehensive. So now comprehensively we can say third path is there. Now scientist's question is why this point was not understood clearly. So I would say this is again fault of scientists, because it's your responsibility to decide. WHO works based on your information, They are not natural gods, they are not natural scientists, they are supported by scientists. Public, I many times wrote, but nobody cared because I am not that higher person. I used my engineering common sense and wrote that not only this, other points are also there. Air conditioning use is there, and you can say if such particles are pulled in or sucked by air conditioners, it can enter your room, it can enter anywhere, wherever it wants. So what we should say, are scientists wrong? I cannot say scientists are not right. They are scientists. They are not interested in my vote or your vote. They are science people, and whatever say is based on facts, is based on evidences, and they also claim that they are statistically every person use 10,000 liters of air in 24 hours. 10,000 liters of air means when we inhale or when we exhale, total quantity of air in 24 hours become 10,000 liters. This means if you in 1 minute inhale say 10 times or 15 times, depend on 20 times, which way this virus can enter you, we cannot identify that, we cannot even recognize that, because we eat food, we drink water, we take tea, and also we take soil particles from environment because of pollution. So we take all impurities through air, we cannot avoid them. So within such a population of impurities, where food particles, water particles, tea particles, other particles, betel nuts and whatever we take, we cannot separately identify existence of that virus in 10,000 liters capacity air. This point we must be clear with. It's not blank. Air is there, 10,000 liters we put and say, where is one particle? That's not practical way. We cannot identify that particle. There's no possibility for that. But it does not mean that that virus is not within you. It is there. If you have taken in, if you have given entry to that virus, it is within you. This is very important point that these scientists wrote to WHO. WHO is bound to accept that, because this is not ordinary writing. This is writing by world scientists, and then we have to respect it as citizens of world, as people of this all countries. I could say we have to respect it. We have to accept that this virus can move to you at any time, at whatever time. Even it can come to your room when there is air pressure or there is wind. It can enter your room through pressure. It can be in your toilet due to common toilet facilities. It can be in your bathroom, in your rooms. Yes, it may not be present at heights when you go to first story, second story, if your toilet is not common. Even if your toilet is common, then there is a possibility that at heights also it may be there. But when you are staying not on heights, probability is it may not go more than 3 meters or 4 meters from ground level, because if person's height is maximum 1.8 meters, so it may not go more than that. Question is now, the presumption is now the virus is available in air. We have to think that way. You walking, you're not walking. You are at home, you are not home. You are in your business, you are in business. Particles can be present everywhere. And even the saying goes off that if you are in your room, your office, you need not use your mask. Now this presumption, this you can say conclusion is also failed, because if someone comes to your office, to your room, that person may bring anything. This also suggests that we should use our mask and goggles or spectacles all time, whether or not we are what or we are okay. During sleep I cannot say that. Sleeping is something else. You are in toilet, you are in bathroom, you are kitchen, you are in kitchen, you are in rooms, you are working, you are not working. It is better suggested that use your PPE because no one can trust virus. This is only precautionary measure I am saying. I am not saying this can solve your problem. But everybody has to take care because it's thriving very fast. Latest update is that America is infected every day up to 60,000 cases. Every day up to 60,000 cases, and now about 15 to 20 states of America have been infected, have been attacked. A virus is spreading very fast, and in our country, Bharat, India, it's moving too rapidly. It has crossed Russian infection. We are number 3. Number 1 is USA, number 2 is Brazil, number 3 is Bharat, India, and then Russia. So of course it takes time for us to cross Brazil and reach and cross USA till time because we are only around 5 lakhs till now infection. But this is due to fact that everybody is not being tested, but in other countries people are being tested. It's our lack of infrastructure, I should say. I can blame our nation for this because we are not serving our people. Unfortunately, we are not taking our own care. We don't have testing arrangements, and whatever testing we have done or doing, in some cases it's also inoperative, defective, as happened in many cases that there were patients who complained that they are having symptoms of this virus, but tests went negative. This is very dangerous. This means we are not able to test rightly. This is very serious issue. I am telling you that either people are not understanding tests or test kits are not quality one, and we are running away from lives of people, we can say. Our government is not taking any care, just like other governments are not taking care. I appreciate Gulf Council governments, GCC states, where at least they are taking care for testing, for treatments. I cannot say that they have done extremely well, but they are serious about public. They are taking good care. America has failed, England has failed, we have failed, and many other countries have failed drastically. Why not to speak openly? We have failed. That's a fact. America has failed. That's another fact. England has failed. That's much more fact. Europe has failed. That's another fact. And of course, Africa and Brazil and all that don't need speaking something. They are sheer failure. People should understand. Governments are not reliable all over. You cannot rely upon them because governments think control is over. They cannot control this virus. They cannot face it. Therefore, they are ignoring. A country of 130 crores people, 1300 million people, they say it's not possible to control or to test everybody. If you take that point into consideration, this means this is another way to declare that we are avoiding tests. This means we are not going to care about our people. This is admittance to that danger that you die or you have infection. We least bother about that because population is too high, and if population is too high, we don't value you. This means is that same thing American leader says, why to test when results are coming positive? Stop testing to reduce number of infections. Means disease is there, problem is there, don't look at problem, so problem is over. This is political thinking, political conclusion, which is very dangerous. This is not scientific. Means if there's a problem, don't worry about problem, ignore problem. Problem will take its own care. This is what they think. So, this open criticism of politicians. This is testing time for everybody, but they are failing. They are only interested in finances, in economy. Public in England is behaving, you see, they conduct like kids. They conduct as if they have come out of prison after availing sentence of 2-3 months. They have come out there drinking openly, in pubs, they are going in the streets, shoulder to shoulder, without masks, enjoying dancing, shouting, crowding beaches, crowding streets, crowding restaurants. They are doing all such misdeeds which they should not do. I am not sure how could these people control so many countries during their colonial regime. I can't understand that now. They are same people or they are different cultured people. What those people different, or this is different generation? Are they really British? We have a question mark here. In fact, to be very frank, what I used to think about British people, I am changing my mind now. I am changing my mind. I changed my mind because we used to think that British are very great people because name is Great Britain. We used to think that way. But now it has come clear. It's come clear that maybe America or it may be Britain. They are all same, no difference. They can fight for racism. They can not accept color other than white or Gora. Racism is on their every parts of bodies, minds. In America and England particularly and Europe, racism dominates. Means for them, it is only power that made them rule, not intellect. So I changed my mind about British society, that they are not that quality society as I used to think. Yes, we are not quality society, I can say about us, because our conduct is different. I have to fight every day with people here who come in contact with me at my home, and I say, get out of here if you cannot use PPEs. Don't come to me or to my home. There's a temple near my home, they come to you, but pray there. Get lost from here if you come without mask. If you cannot maintain distance, don't enter this home. I had to fight with them. Really, it's not good, but question is not good or bad. Question is of infection. Question is, you have no right to infect someone else. You may be small or big, you may be rich or poor. You got no right to infect someone else. You have to take your own precaution first, and then you have to take caution about others. This is fundamental duty of everybody. So COVID is very different now. It's not dying, it's generating, I can say. It's now infancy is over. It's entering into adolescence. I may say that it's getting younger and younger. It's getting to higher levels. It's now, maybe after some time you'll see that this is getting in adult age. Now it's infancy because it has taken occupation everywhere, all over the world. We have to think that way. And what these scientists and researchers say, we have to consider again and again that we should not put blame on some area or some country, that this country intensified this virus, because virus cannot be controlled by people of this world. That's also true. So what value China has got? Nothing. I cannot put that power to China that it can control virus. No, China has nothing to control this. China is very small power in comparison to this virus, like all other countries are too small power in comparison to this virus power. So as report says, it was a span where it was discovered before. It was, it was Italy where it was discovered much before then. It was Brazil where it discovered. Or many other areas where it could exist and discover much before then. It was detected in China. So situation is changing, thinking, thoughts are changing. We should take care of that. So with today's message that these two names are very important, I'll try to make some other talk also on this if I could do that, because this video is too long and everybody may not like to view this video because of its length, but I know the option. There's no other option with me, because my work is like that, my profession is like that, my talks are like that. If somebody is interested, one must have time. If one doesn't have time, I can't help it, because I have to able many subjects and it's not possible to make 3 or 4 videos for each and every subject, because management of this video is also very difficult. So far I have crossed about 500 videos so far. It's difficult for me to manage this. So I try to extend timings of videos so that at least numbers are reduced. These are professional videos. These are, of course, I'm considering COVID also as a profession now. Because I think when life is affected, it's no less than a profession. It's a question of that's my people may not like my putting COVID-19. This is a requirement. This is a profession. We have to understand engineering behind this. Yes, science is there. Medical conditions are there. It's okay, but don't forget, it is harming everybody. COVID is harming everybody. So this must be clearly informed to everybody, and it's duty of people to know. I'm not saying I'm telling you everything, I'm just telling from references. I'm not doing any research on this, and I'm not a person from this field. I'm just thinking on what's coming in and explaining how it is. So I cannot control everybody. I have no right, but I can only suggest, advise as citizen of this country and of this world, that everybody must have a right to information, and whatever first comes through whatever source you should take, of course should be reliable. So I'm not giving you any information from street vendors or from some people who have no responsibility. I am sharing this news with you from very, very reliable sources, and I hope that if you understand this, if you get it, it may be good for you. At least information is updated, should be updated. People are confused actually. They think if lockdowns are removed, if lockdowns are open, if life is brought to normalcy, they have started thinking that COVID-19 has gone, which is, you can say, misthinking, wrong thinking. But these politicians are not telling exactly the virus is intensifying. These people are, concerned on money, with economy, all politicians of the world, because they are not real human beings. They don't care for humanity. They care only for their seats, only for their votes, only for the survival. And this is, you can say, animal behavior, I can say. Whoever politician one would be from world, if Trump-like person says, I can manage my seat even if I lose, and if Russian President like Putin says that I will be there up to 2036, this is nothing but animal behavior, as China's president has done. Means if you think you are here forever, then you are no less than animals. You are a real animal. Why do you think that you want to serve people or you want to occupy a seat? You are not responsible forever for this earth. Care for people, don't care for your seat. Seat, if you are qualified, if you are eligible, if you are efficient, seat will not go anywhere. But if you do not work for people, you shall go certainly. If you don't leave seat, somebody will remove you from seat by force. Then what you do? Seats won't go with you. Your body won't go with you. Why you are behind seats and votes? This is unfortunate. This point is forcing corruption everywhere. They have forgotten public. They have forgotten COVID. They are only interested if they get some injection. And all the world, injection competition is going on, which is no use. They should group it and do it. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Everybody is claiming we'll do it. Why you claim separately? You must make a group and do it. This is world problem. This is not country's problem. This COVID-19 is talking to world, but world is not listening to it. That's another problem. COVID-19 is clearly indicating, it's clearly instructing, it's clearly directing that I am for all you. Don't act separately. At least news are coming in comprehension. That is only positive point. Or others consider dancing to their wills, to their tunes, which is not positive intent. So with this suggestive statement that take your care, virus is working everywhere and up to a height of at least 3 meters. I can say if there is no multi-story or high-rise, it's working in common. We have to take precautionary measures, and it can die only at a temperature which we are not able to extend. Temperature of 90 degrees we cannot produce. So virus is not going to die soon. It's again, as I said, it's still a baby. It's still a baby and is still trying to enter into its age. Puberty is crossed, it's going to be adult soon. It's not even adult yet. So we should change our mind. We should not lead ourselves as politicians want to lead us. We have to lead using our minds and information. And now we can say, you should assume that virus is available everywhere, because it's available in air. You can have you can invite it everywhere, whatever time, if you don't resort to precautionary measures. That's all I can say about this virus. And I change now to other subjects, and that is my management as usual. And this is management of engineering. As usual, I say I remove this mask because I am sitting at higher level. I am not sitting at ground. If I sit at ground, I would use this continuously. But I am sitting at second floor. At floor of second means I can say about this is more than 8 meters, 9 meters. So here no chances of virus, because I don't have public toilet or common toilet. Therefore, now we come back to our routine subject, management, engineering management, quality management, and whatever he considers that. I was not sure today about that I could get power in morning time, because yesterday what happened, that was very much drastic, very much unfortunate, due to bad weather conditions, due to whatsoever. It was complete failure yesterday. Immediately as I started my video, this weather yesterday cheated. It didn't help me. It didn't even, light was not back for many hours. Too late it was. After, I think at 3 o'clock I lost light. I got back around 11 or 12 o'clock. So I could only talk in breaks only, and that was, so I'm not relying on that videos that yesterday I delivered, because that is broken type video, you can say, this struck video. I hope today it's okay. The temperature is not that high as it was yesterday, but now it's okay. Today's temperature is okay. Humidity is very high. It's 85 to 90% humidity at the moment. (85 to 90% humidity at moment. That's why I'm using both fans, and also my window is open, because you should bring it, it's inside, inside this is humidity, not just outside. Inside also this is. No. Management, engineering management, other management, every day I make some talk. I deliver some talk every day, because I think organization in life is very important. This is my thinking. This is, you can say, if I'm not organized, you are not organized, we cannot do anything. This is very important point to understand. Organization got many meanings, management got many meanings. First, you have to organize yourself. You have to organize your home. You have to organize your people, whosoever are in your home, your members of family. You have to organize your area. If you can, I'm not saying that must, if you can. You have to organize your systems, whatever you have. And then you have to organize yourself in your profession, in your studies, whatever, if you are a student, or if you are a worker, you are a professional, you have to organize there also. Organization cannot be identified specifically for profession. It is applicable everywhere. Even if I am very small person, say I am a hawker, for example. Hawker means I purchase some material every day, vegetables say, and I sell them every day. That's also a kind of organization, a management, personal management to serve public. I serve public indirectly because I purchase material from market on my own risk. I spend money, come back and find some location to sit down or move here and there in the streets and sell my product. It's not my product, it's product by someone else. My material that I purchase, I dispose it by sale to someone else successfully, just to make some profit out of that for my living. You think that is not organization? That is unit organization. Actually, that's fundamental organization. I organize to get that material on others' behalf. I get that material, spending my money, my investment on that material on my own risk and on behalf of many people to whom I would like to sell or who would like to buy from me. Those users, consumers, you can say, of that product, they expect my service for them, and I deliver my service only to procure that material, to transport it to them. If they want to buy, let them buy. These activities are also a part of organization. We say this is a kind of very small level management. You can say that because risk is yours. It is now risk of consumer, your risk. You buy that material, you spend money, means immediately you buy that material, it is your risk starts. If say this material, first of all, is not quality one, your money is lost because consumer shall not buy it from you. So your money is lost if you don't take care while you buying it. You are unable to inspect this material, you are unable to know that this material is procurable or this is not procurable. Your risk starts there itself. Because you have to pay, you already paid. You have taken, received it, and you are bringing it to, you are transporting it yourself to that, those many users or consumers, those everywhere, either they come to you in common market where you sit, or you go to them to sell this product. In both cases, your product is sold. If it is sold successfully, you get some profit out of that after your investment is clear. You get your investment amount and also some more amount. That is known as your profit, your right. And next day again you spend same amount and buy this material, and this cycle goes on like this every day. This is your business. You can say this is business of small level, very small level or micro level. On your risk, you are doing business. Only your risk. There is no risk of consumers until consumers buy it from you. Once they buy this material from you, it is their risk that they consume it or they throw it if they think this is not quality one or this is not worth eating or worth consuming. So what you say, all these 3 or 4 activities in this small business also included in management, in organization. You are organized there, and those people from whom you are buying, those are organizing their business. those to whom you are selling, they are your consumers. They are also a part of organization, but indirect organization. So ultimately, you have to see what degree of risk you have got in that. It's your risk in between from whom you buy it and to whom you sell it. This is your risk. Risk of that person who is selling you, that super, or you can say bigger shopkeeper or biggest vendor, little bigger than you. His risk is only until you buy from him. When he sells you, his risk is over. Your risk commences with, and your risk continues until your machine is bought by consumer and consumer pays you. When consumer receives this and you leave that, or the consumer goes away from your location, your risk is over. You may say, I am taking guarantee, but what guarantee? This is consumable item. There is no guarantee in consumable items. I am just explaining to this point that this is also organization. This is also organization where quality factors involved, quantity factors involved. You will buy only that quantity which you think is saleable. You may not like to save this quantity for next day because that is another risk. Well, by chance, if you are not able to sell, either you dispose in anything at lower prices than you bought for because you want to get back your money, or you will consume it yourself if it's that enough, or you think I can consume myself, or you will dispose at much lower rates. Only options are here. This is daily risk. I can consider also this management, because this is also engineering management. When we have human resources with us, we have to feed them, we have to arrange food for them, we have to arrange everything for them. Either it is through mess or it is their own cooking. Generally, messes are provided in construction factors. These messes, joint arrangement of food by company or by workers. As you say, you can pay money to them or you can arrange mess for them and you give them food on your own. Both ways include management. So you cannot say that this is not your field, this is your field. There you are managing messes for hundreds of workers, thousands of workers, depending on what your work is, what your project is. That is very fundamental management here, fundamental procedure that you are required to do. You may not be, you involve yourself, you hire some public relation officer or some camp boss, whatever you call it, or some people specialized for that work, administrative work, who care for their food, who care for their other labor issues or workers issues or residence issues. All those issues are taken care by some manager or some camp in charge, whatever say. So that's also a part of policy of management organization that you have to comply. You cannot take it for granted that this is not engineering job. This is very much engineering job. If you have to keep your people happy, keep your people healthy, your workers healthy, this is very much your job. This also requires from time to time some level of concentration, some level of thinking, some level of, you can say, contemplation. How can we help these people more and more so that they remain healthy? Because if they are not healthy, they fall sick every day. It's your loss. Again and again your loss. If 10%, 20% people remain absent due to this kind of food, bad food or this, it's your money after all. You are losing them when they are sick. So this is very much part of management, very much part of procedure. And it's for everybody, whoever is your worker, staff or non-staff or key personnel, whosoever are there, their daily needs you have to provide. That's also part of activities. And this is for human resources, all human resources. And same thing applies to equipment and machines, or you can say without which you cannot move. Machines, equipment are very expensive, we know that. And without that we cannot work. It's also not possible. Even you have specialized people who work for their callings, their trades, yet they need support of machines in this age, because now you cannot work without machines. We don't have that capacity. If I have to use fabricated shutters, I have to use fabricated steel to raise to some level. I use cranes, tower cranes, boy cranes, or I have to use some other equipment like shovel for some small items to raise to 1 story or whatever else. Where is required, we have to cut steel bars, we have to cut plywood, we have to cut timber, we have to do many other activities where machines are required, trucks are required. All these are important items, and those are also taken care of by engineers in construction field. We cannot avoid that, though it's not part of syllabus probably, but somewhere it is not exactly. Means you can say when I was junior engineering, I was in my polytechnic long back. Means there was a subject that was called labor relation and civics. Labor relation and civics, and in that we were taught how we have to deal with human resources, how we have to deal with your workers, and how we have to deal with society, and also there were other subjects which were what were your duties as this person. So you had to learn all this in those. So it's much means lower, but at that time we could not understand values, we could not understand importance of these topics because we were too young. I was like a kid, 19 years old kid, which I did not know even meaning of engineering at that time. What is engineering? What is supervision? We did not know because we were from different family. I was from different family. I was not from very big contracting or consultants family. That background, that you can say beggar's background, you can say a very small background, a background where you have to depend on your earnings every day, and if you don't have food, you have to sleep without food. I am just trying to explain that life is like that. So responsibility is your management, what you consider you are responsible for. You take that responsibility if you can. There is no limit to your capacity. There is no limit that somebody can say, don't do it, it's not your job. No job is actually mentioned. Job description, you have to decide. Nobody can decide your job for you. You can expand your responsibility. You can expand your level of doing job. How much you can go ahead. How much you can widen yourself. It depends upon your capacity, upon your knowledge, upon your concentration, upon your energy. Nobody can decide anything for you. Yes, there are standards that this job description must be within this title and this job description must be within title. That's only for class purpose. So that they can define if you have this much capability, if you have this much eligibility, you are entitled for this job. That's only definition of job description. But there is no bar that you cannot move further. That's why this limit, this is not limited one, this is unlimited one. It's only for information's sake that you are bound to do this at least if you cannot do more than this. Or if you can do more than this, then okay, we can give you another job description. This is what is called organizational technique or organizational management, because everything is relative. And whatever job description is included does not mean person who is appointed on that person knows it. Sometimes they consider 60% capabilities, 50% capabilities. Okay, person can at least work there, let him work. We can train him if that person is capable one. Suppose you are missing in 2 or 3 job descriptions out of 15, 20. It doesn't mean you are not qualified for that. Yes, you are qualified for that, provided you take little care on addition to what you can do. That is what job description means. 100% nothing can be defined by no one. If you are intelligent one, you are of manager level, you are a person who can lead yourself, then there is no need of any job description, because whatever you do for yourself, by yourself, you are defining your job description that way, and you can change your title also if you can do that. So I should not say that one should be very hard and fast as far as organizational management is concerned. These keep on moving, and therefore you will find that in different kinds of organizations, different kinds of companies who invite different kinds of positions, they define differently responsibilities. Titles may be same like others, but always you'll find different types of responsibilities in different positions. That happens. You'll find description like project manager description, project construction manager description. In some cases, I'll find construction manager that's company based, organization based. That is also higher than project manager site based. Sometimes project manager's title is given to many people who control many sites. It depends on size of site, it depends on size of product, or it depends on responsibility. When it's EPC project or it's construction project or it's BOT means build or I think there's so many projects like that, design and build, you can say. It depends on what level of responsibility they need you for. They may be very, uh, I'm not considering government jobs because government is something else. I'm talking real jobs. Government jobs are not real. They are only superficial jobs. They're only, you can say, there are real activities. They just supervise and superintend, do nothing else. All over the world is like that. But there are some jobs in government too overseas which are responsible jobs. Responsible job means you are accountable, and if you are accountable means you are having title, good title, where you have to work yourself, you have to define yourself, you have to reach results on your own first, and then expecting results, commanding results from others. First you have your own direct responsibilities in every job. This is system these days. If you are not responsible directly, what sort of person you are, what responsibility you have. If you are not liable for your actions, there is no meaning of that job, there is no meaning of your survival there, there is no meaning of existence there. Everybody should be accountable, and that's called manager. Yes, you have to train juniors who are not, but they are not having titles that big as responsible persons are. And that's the reason remunerations are different, titles are different, facilities are different, everything is different, because you have responsibility, obligation, liability, accountability. That's what's required. So you cannot simply say it is organization. And it's not your resource. You are still a part of human resources, even if you are general manager, managing director, or honor. You are all human. You are part of, yes, you are higher human, other one is lower human. Human resources are number one resource all the world. Machines come later. First are human, then machines. You have to organize machines. As an engineer or engineering manager or procurement manager or whatsoever, you have to procure suitable machines, best machines, not simply machines, best machines, optimum use machines, machines that have got durability, that can work without much failures. If machines you procure without even thinking, just comparing cost of machines by quotations, and this quotation is lesser than buy this, that's not comparative quotation, that's only cost comparison quotation, not performance competitive machine, that is. If I buy machines which are only compared cost, and I say I buy it because it's cheaper or cheapest, I have not done my job, I can say. I have not if I just consider cheap rate only and say this is cheap so I buy it, then I did not take into my consideration life cycle of that machine, how many times this machine could fail, how many times this equipment could stop my work or delay my work. That must be considered at that time when I procure it. And that history of machines as such must be demanded. I know nobody will get that correctly. Based on experience, based on other information from available people who are using this machine, something can be done. Maintenance sometimes is very expensive. Sometimes, spare parts are not available. Sometimes it happens that you have got a machine but the spare part takes a couple of days or weeks to come in. This means for that period your machine is not going to work. So that's another loss. If your machine waits for 1 week or 2 weeks for a spare part, then that machine cannot work during that period. So you cannot use that machine. You cannot even give this machine on hire. What does it mean then? What's the purpose of that machine? If my machine is here for idling, I have to keep it sit there and I have to hire a machine. This means my purchase, my procurement is defective. If my procurement is defective, I did not do my job. I failed there because I kept into my consideration only cost of machine. This means I considered only one part. There are many other questions that I did not get answer. What spare parts are there? What's life of spare parts? What's performance? How many failures during work? And how many spare parts can go away in 5 years? How many can go away in 10 years? And what's total life of that machine? Can this machine after this life is over be bought again? So what depreciation is there in that? How much I have to save in my in relation to this machine, some fund, so that when this machine is not performable, or when you can say it's a scrap, then I should buy another machine, equipment. All this come into management consideration, or organization has to understand this. You use some machine and then throw it and say, I don't have money to buy another one. So where that money has gone? Question is that. Oh, you say I should use that money, but you use that money for work, but where is that money? Means that money is off record there. You did not take care of that machine. You could not understand that there is something that to keep safe for this machine's repercussion. And to buy it again, we should buy it. There is no fund for that. So there is a failure of management, failure of organization. It may look ridiculous for someone. The fact remains you can't buy that machine, because either you have to take loan to buy that machine, or you have to spend money from no budget provision. That's very dangerous point, because these machines do not cost $1 or $2. These machines cost millions of dollars, or you can say millions of rupees if you talk of this country. So I can say it's not one machine. There are many machines used in our sites, in our projects, and machines replace hundreds of people. And of course, we cannot use people for every activity where a machine works. Imagine if suppose today we don't have ready-mix plants, ready-mix concrete plant. Can you think of concreting SUV? Can you think of that? You cannot even think of that. You cannot even think of casting big rafts, of casting big slabs, of casting big pavements, if you don't have ready-mix plants equipped with each and every facility, each and every support. I'm not talking of this country, I'm talking in general around the world what's happening. Could you even think of Burj Tower? Could you think of high-rise buildings? Could you think of something else? If there's no, we could not think. That's not possible. This means RMC-like plants have changed entire scenario. Mobile pumps-type plants have changed entire scenario of concreting. Reciprocating, you can say this reciprocating pumps in mobile pumps or in stationary pumps. There was a time when I was in Iraq in 1981. I was surprised to see a reciprocating pump is used. Reciprocating stationary pump was being used concreting. There was something new for me because I came from Bharat, India, where there was no such chance to see the machine. But that too was wonderful for me because I now seen that. But now I see that is obsolete. It is used only in places where people don't understand, because mobile pump have replaced that. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking a comparison between mobile concrete pump and stationary pumping. Stationary pumping means you have to pump concrete through a route of pipe you laid on ground or through walls or wherever, so that it reaches level or location of your concrete placement. It can move horizontally, this pipe can move vertically. You have to define a route for those concrete piping, and that temporarily we fix en route until concrete is done. But in mobile pump, this is not case. You don't have defined route. It automatically takes route. It's such a powerful pump. Mobile pump is called. And what I'm talking is stationary one. Stationary means it's an end to me. You have to fix many times routes to same location, and it takes time. So, but both are functionable. Both are there. People have seen using here only stationary pumps in Bharat. What I have seen, the mobile pump is very powerful, and there are so many sizes of pumps. And we imagine if we don't have with us those kind of advanced technology pumps or powerful pumps, you cannot do concrete so rapidly, so fast. I even use 2 or 3 pumps together, and people still do the same. They use 2, 3 or 4 pumps together for big major masses concretes, and throughout day and throughout night these are used, and big projects. I have seen your concrete to 5,000, 10,000 cubic meter to be in assignments of a couple of days. People do that. When past these machines now available, it will be possible to do that. It won't be possible. So it's different. Means what we're talking is engineering management. Engineering management is not simply what you thought of or you think of. It's not simply bar chart or CPM or part. That's a part of that. Engineering management, bar chart, Gantt chart, or let's say critical path method or program evolution review technique or whatever else, using softwares like MS Project or Primavera. We do that. There's always support. But now it's a part of management, and all that collection has brought something into total management in engineering, total management of projects, project management you can say. Now they call PMP, but PMP is de facto, it's not that much. You cannot say, until engineering is included, you cannot say someone can be manager or manager course. It's important that one should be engineer first of all to manage projects. Everybody cannot manage projects, means it's technical job, it's engineering job, it's financial job, it's administrative job, it's managerial job, it's designer's job. It is, you can say, there is no position which is left out of this management. If you want to be a manager on some project, you should have capability 20%, 15%, 15%, 20%, like that from every field of practicality, every field of approach that is valid for engineering projects. And because projects are multidisciplinary, and you have to take that into consideration. You must have multidisciplinary workers, who have multidisciplinary staff for you. Only then you can think to concentrate on that project. And that's what management is all about. That's what organization is all about. When you have many disciplines, mean you have many organizational. Each organization has a discipline. Then those all organizations are integrated into one, and that's yours. And then yours is further done by my consultants or others who further forward that and further consider that. So it's like that. Means I'm talking for contractor. It's not necessary I should talk of contractor only. I should talk of consultants also. I should talk of engineer also. I should talk of government and client and everybody. And that's all part of management, engineering management. It's not simply contracting engineering management. It is consultancy also, engineering management. It's ownership also, engineering management, because they are involved with money financing. They are involved with risk taking. They are involved in every factor in life. Risk taking is much more important. If money is lost, that person is gone. They spend a lot of money, those owners, those promoters, those builders. But the intention is to take 50% profit, 100% profit. Where problems appear in, because you can't expect this material to give you profit. This way you unnecessarily rise prices of these items, and you just want to make money out of money. But those people who really manage it, they think of limited profit. They think of safety. They know, yes, you are also required to see safety, being an owner of that project, because this is your liability, your responsibility. But how many people think? They don't think. They don't think. Unfortunately, it is. So I cannot say that engineering management is a very simple game. It was simple sometimes. When there is no bar chart you make, or CPM you make, or PRT you make, and your job is done. You just say from this date to that date is this date of start and completion, and this is our float, and we change so many floats there, we change so many dates there, we pull that activity or push that activity. That's not management. This is a graphic of management. You have to really understand, means right time, you have to keep a time constant, and we have to keep our efforts constant and intensify our efforts so that we reach date of milestone. Somebody asked me a question in big interview, that was a professional engineer, it was an international professor. What shall we do if projects overrun, time over? Well, I said, well, I can't understand your question. The question was there's a delay on project, time is overrun, how will you control it? Well, I was surprised with that question, because I didn't experience that type of conduct here. Overseas, people are very serious, they work very seriously. There's no way that your project is delayed. If there is, because they're meeting every week or fortnightly, and we have to write in that how many days or weeks or months we are delaying, what are reasons, and what we are going to do to recover that period. That's very important point that we consider in every progress review, every contract review, every time when there's a meeting, and if you find that there's a delay, confirmed delay, we have to balance it immediately. You cannot leave it. Either delay is because of owner's fault, or there is delay because of contractual fault, or there is delay because of contractor's lack of working or speed of working. If there's a question of lack of working, then contractor has to compensate it. Contractor has to do it whatever way one can do it. There's no because, otherwise contractor is going to lose a lot, because this is contract. It's not my or your game. You understand contract, you don't understand contract. It is something that is done or not done. Remember, done or not done. If done means done, if not done means not done. No, yes, no, no. That is contract. Very serious issue which we people play with. That's only difference. It's not flight, it's not train, it's not bus. There is clearly written, if there is a delay, we are not responsible. Right? They write as if they are not responsible for anything. So what's the purpose of contract? Only this is your ticket price you give me, and this is a piece of paper you travel. That's only relation, nothing else. That's right, they enjoy. They don't have any responsibility on that, of your delay or something. I can't call that contract. I can't say that is one-ended contract, because there is no other second end. There is no other end. I am not responsible. What you can do? I am not responsible. What shall we do? That's a question there. There's a point there. Okay, I delay your journey. Yes, I delay. It's not my fault. It's time. And you have no alternative, because you are depending on that flight. And if you go through some other airlines or some other railways, same condition applies to you. What does it mean? Where is contract? If there is no liability, he has abolished his liability by saying I'm not responsible. At the same time, contract is terminated, in fact. But you cannot terminate because you have to travel. But unfortunately, there is no vision and there is delay. Even if you terminate, what shall you do? You have to go to that destination. But in contracts in construction, there is a complete contract. That is called contract, in fact. Written contract, powerful contract, internationally based contract, where you have to respond. You have to respond on every point. Your neck, your throat can be cut hold of. Because contract means money. You have to do this if you want to get this money. If you want to get this money, you have to do all this. And if you don't do it, I will cut pieces of your money and take it. And you have signed it. You have signed, usually you sign all pages of contract, each page of contract, not only contract, specifications, drawing, and all contract documents you have signed. If you don't sign, you won't get contract, and your tender bond or your bid bond will be confiscated. So, that is real contract. Journey contract is not real. This is real contract, where you are bound to lose your money, your reputation, your prestige, and future contracts. They would put you out of list of future contracts. Means your career is stopped, barricaded, and all we know that this contract is not reliable. Reliable. And if you want contract, you have to be smart enough. You have to be smart enough to get that. That's called managing contract. That's called managing organization. If you want that, you have to do whatever you are required to do. And if you cannot do that, don't go to that field, because contract binds you, and not only it binds you, it binds also your hereditaries, your legal hereditary, your survivors. It binds them also. So even if you die, you cannot get release from contract. You cannot get release from contract. You are still on contract posthumous. Your people are liable for losses or for profits, whatever. This point you must understand in law of contracts. Because contract is also part of managing your project, or you can say engineering management, because it is engineering contract, though we call it construction contract. It is engineering contract, construction engineering contract. You are doing engineering, respecting construction, not respecting designs. You are doing engineering, construction. So this is engineering contract directly. Project engineering this is, contractual engineering this is, work engineering this is, human resources engineering this is, and machines work engineering this is. You can club up all this engineering to call it project engineering. This point of management, as much as if you can understand, that will support your efficiency in future. Don't isolate yourself from these. Though you may not be fully immersed in that, fully involved with that, but you are indirectly involved with that. No delay is accepted on projects, because if there is delay, you have to pay damages, you have to pay LDs, and LDs payment means your profit is gone. Generally, it is up to 10%, say up to 15% even. LDs on project amount wise maximum one, and per day there is delay, separate delay, and as many number of delays are there, but every day you have to pay them to your employer if you delay, and there is a maximum level defined everywhere. Let us say you have to pay back 10% or 15% for LDs. So what's left in your profit, you yourself understand. Competitive contracting, competitive pricing. You may not have margin of even 5% in some cases. I've seen tenders which don't have margin of even 5%. People just want contracts because of survival or something else. So there's a margin of 2 or 3% in some cases. And if the margin of 2 or 3%, can you afford to pay as LD 10 to 15%? That's the point to understand. If you think you can pay 10 to 15% LD when you have profit of 2-3%, it is foolishness to think that. This means you are going to pay from your funds, from your savings, from your profits of life. And if you want that type of contract, you have to pay from your money. I don't need such contracts. Nobody will do that. And British and some Europeans always say, we are here to help you not to lose our money. Very simple statement, and people don't understand this. They say, yes, we are here to help you, but we don't want to lose our money. What does it mean? This means we are here to earn money from you. We are not going to lose money from our sources, our earnings, our past records, our past balances. We cannot allow those balances to be defeated because of your bad contracts. So they don't accept such contracts, and that is sensible in fact. So can you allow such delays on projects? That's the point. That's the major point. I have seen here delay. Nobody cares for delay. As delay is their religion, without delay they can't survive. This is our management in this country. Delay, no problem, delay, no problem. Tomorrow, no problem, tomorrow, no problem, after, no problem, next, no problem, next. There's no problem for anything. Beautiful country and our professionals, God help them. I could not understand our professionals, really. Great and great people. If you talk to them something, they know everything. For them, profession is post-graduation or graduation or doctorate. For them, this is profession. Oh, your degree is only B. You are very little. You are preliminary, elementary, fundamental. Your master's, oh yes, you are professional. Your doctor, you are everything. If mind thinks that way, this is rubbish engineering, I can say. Rubbish engineering. I am criticizing it, finish. Because people have wrong conception. Engineering does not come from your education, it comes from field. What you learn in university comes from industry, from field, from research, not from your professors, not from your books. It comes by virtue of hard work in field you do. That is real learning. That is justification, that is verification, that is ratification. What you learned was right or it was not right. Be serious about this. I have seen people much more better than people who have degrees. Those people who work, those people know how to work. They do practicalities, they do practical activities, and they perform. It doesn't mean I'm saying education is a must, but real education, understanding of education. Engineering education must be understood. It's not your marks alone that tell you are educated. It's not your medals alone that can tell you, it's not your awards that tell you are engineer. It's your performance that tells you are engineer. There's a fashion nowadays saying, I am civil engineer, I am structural engineer, I am road engineer, I am this engineer. Okay, fine, you are respectable, you are honorable. That's fine. I respect that. If somebody does MTech or ME, he thinks is higher than me. Yes, you are higher in education, right? But maybe other person higher than what you are not in higher. Maybe you are not higher, somewhere we may be higher. Education is right, it's a part of learning. But those people who work in field for 10, 15 years, you think they are not learning? In field you learn a lot every day. You are in university only for few hours. And your professor does not teach you additionally something. He teaches you only what's in your books. Nothing else. You have to find information yourself from somewhere else. So everybody can find that information. If I am not a student of doctorate or ME, I can also find that information for purpose of work. And we used it. Learning in field equals to learning in university or more than that. Take it in mind like that. So management, it's a part of management. Learning is a part of management. Learning by earning is a part of management. Earning means earning experience. It's not money earning, I'm saying. Earning experience. Your experience, it's like you say experience, but experience gives birth to learning. If I say cast on a slab, say I cast on a slab of 500 cubic meter or 1000 cubic meter, don't you think I learn? From beginning of planning of that slab to end of curing of that slab and testing of that slab, it's complete learning. It's learning of procedures, it's learning of code, it's learning of results, it's learning of managing practical work at site, it's learning of managing concrete, it's learning of managing human resources, it's learning of method statement. So many activities are involved in that. It's learning of shattering confidence, It's learning of steel fixing confidence, electrical confidence, mechanical confidence, services confidence, and safety, and top of that, risk. Risk is involved. Slab may fall, formwork may fall. Confidence building. Biggest is confidence, not super confidence. Confidence, not overconfidence. Confidence. Confidence if you have, then your degrees never come in between. Because your mind learns, your mind picks up every document. When we go to do drawings, hundreds of drawings, some cases many hundreds of drawings, decades of applications, volumes of specification, electrical, mechanical, civil, this and that, landscape, specialist disciplines. We go through all that. Quantification, context claims, site work, office work, coordination work, engineering work, meetings, these miscellaneous types of activities make you specific degrees, so they are not mentioned as degrees, but every project successfully disposed is like a degree, because no project is less than 2 years, 1.5 years or 3 years. Project's life move like that, if really these are projects. And during that you have to pass through many documents, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of documents. You have to raise many clarifications, you have to raise many questions, hundreds of questions you have to raise. You have to do a lot of work in that, and then complete dossiers are submitted. So that's another part of engineering management. It's called field management, which you can't even imagine when you study in your university. Your professors cannot teach you that. Only chances, opportunities in field teach you that. But people learn, some people don't learn. Some people don't want to take interest in that. Oh, no, I'm site engineer. I'm not interested in going to sit in office. I've seen many people. Many engineers, say our engineers and Syrian and you can say Egypt and the Lebanese and many Americans, and I have seen many, even some Brits, who run away from documents works. I have seen that. I was discussing, because I had to hand over my project, because I had to go on leave. One British guy was posted on site, senior, very senior, I don't know his education, but he was a senior, and he said that I have come here to work for you during the absence. And I was just discussing with him about this charge that I had, because most important is on site, there's no problem, there are foremen on site, there are engineers on site. This guy would work as agent, there's no much difficulty because practical, and he was a practical person, means he could supervise works. That capacity he had, only one that he was sent for purpose of coordination, for purpose of office engineering on that position. I was site, I was like project engineer, site manager you can say, in that project, and it was a good project you can say. But my plus point was that because that contract required good coordination, good documentation, because on major projects claims or time values, and if I cannot do that, I think it's always a problem. If we cannot understand this, we lose a lot, and that management is very important if we think that right. So what was that? I tried to discuss with him many files of correspondences. Correspondences means letters of contract and others. Let's write to consultants, let's write to company or vendors or subcontractors. I tried to discuss one by one with him, because these were only items I could discuss with him. I had to deal with them. If some correspondence reaches office from somewhere, they have to answer that. And if you don't know background of that, means you cannot discuss, you cannot go through your stay of hundreds of letters, and maybe you won't find which letter you have to respond to. So I was explaining to him, it took me many couple of days with that. Then he commented many times, my dear friend, I've never done this. I was in USA for many, many months, for years, and they were so easy going in this that, okay, there's a dispute, just a compromise, do this and that. They don't have that much time to write these documents or to do that much. That was his comment. It was not, I was feeling he was happy with that assignment. And I later left that. So, it's not able to do that. Other guy came, it was from Scotland, some other engineer came to go from me. Well, I'm trying to say that engineering management is real management, but can't be handled by everybody. There is no education for that. You have to educate yourself. And that education comes by virtue of your experience. Your interest, not simply experience. If you are hired by some company thinks that person is suitable and best one for this position, a company also is wrong in that case. It depends on intellect, it depends on hard work and particular commitment, interest, involvement, concentration of individual. Otherwise, there is no meaning at all. People are there, come in morning, sign, do some work, go in evening, oh, my job is over. Clerical management. Or this is known as, I do only for my job. I don't encroach into other jobs. I don't expand my field of work. There are different tendencies. That's why I can't limit someone. It depends on the individual's approach, how the individual act. Your field is your field in the start of your career. After that, no. Once you enter your field, you have to expand your wings. And if you cannot expand your wings, you want to limit, like a frog lives in a well. It's okay. You are a frog in a well, you don't want to see what river is or reservoir or lagoon is, can't want to see that. You just want to enter sea, you enter sea. You find what sea depth is. Otherwise, you're like others, means not a specialized person. You're not powerful, you don't have any energy power in you. Cannot that. What I'm saying is, engineering management is quite different. Entirely different. Forget what engineer you are. In the beginning you were fine, you came out of university, got some degree or post degree or whatever degree you got it. That is limited only to your university. After that doesn't mean anything, even if you are a doctorate. Because you have to prove that you are a doctorate. I learned it from many engineers in Arab. Okay, you say you are an engineer, prove it you are an engineer. Prove it that you are an engineer. That's a big statement. You are degree, you are not degree, you are graduate, you are postgraduate. Whatever you are, we don't care about that. Prove it. How to prove it? You tell me how to prove that. Your proof is that you deliver. That's it. If you can deliver as an engineer, you are an engineer, otherwise you are not an engineer. So simple. Your degrees are not seen every day. Your work is seen. Your attitude is seen, your conduct is seen. That's most important. Value of your mind is seen. Mind is unlimited, remember. Mind can reach skies. Mind is such a powerful tool that you cannot understand your mind. This mind is that powerful. Your mind can change you in totality. Your mind can change your profession in totality. Forget what engineer you are, involve everywhere. You will find yourself immersed up sometimes in that only. So this way you know that. It's like newspaper you get every day. You read it. You can read 20 newspapers every day if you have time. Newspaper won't say don't read me. It's same thing, work won't say don't look at me. So we can work. What I say, this is engineering management. This subject, engineering management, though it was not at that time available when I studied engineering, but now it is there. And it's amalgamation, it's accumulation of all types of managements, human resources management, equipment management, financial management, planning management, delivery management, claims management. What you take, you put it in that. It's complete engineering management. And engineering is not separate than finance. It's not separate than business. Business cannot exist if engineering does not exist. Industries cannot exist if engineering does not exist. You go wherever, flights can't move, there is no engineering. Rockets cannot move, there is no engineering. And you cannot make building if there is no engineering. Engineer doesn't mean engineering subject or engineering field, it means do it, that's it. Deliver, plan, do, check and act. That is new definition. You can say plan, do, check and act. Whatever you plan, you do it and check and act, isn't it? That's called SLNX, ISO 9000. You plan whatever you want to plan, do it whatever you do it, but check it, and you find mistakes, you find errors, set them right, act on that. This simple point we don't understand. There is no difference in my discipline or others' discipline. That's why we are taught first time common subjects in engineering that you have to be ready to understand everything. You have to coordinate because you have to do it. You are bound to do that. If you cannot coordinate, then what can you do? You can't coordinate simple work. How can you do it? How could you do your work then? As I said, examples of slab. How many activities are there? Such activities are everywhere. We have to understand that point. That's very, very important point. Once you grow in engineering, you grow into other disciplines, and it's not encroachment, it's meeting only. You can say we are meeting together just like we meet in different practical meetings, and we can say we are meeting in disciplines, virtually, practically. So for example, concrete slab, we say we are talking RCC slab. What disciplines are there? Form work, okay. Steel fixing, okay. Concrete itself is mechanical civil discipline because batching plant is involved. It's not civil, it's machine, it's a plant. So many electronic dials are involved there, gadgets are involved there, this is electronics. Transport is involved there, there's a truck mixer. Mechanical machine is involved, there's a pump. Instruments are involved there, thermometer. So many instruments are in batching plant. Silos are involved there. Chemicals are involved there. Or is it a civil engineering? That's not civil engineering. It's a group of engineering that work. And on site, we have to work. Electricals have to work. Mechanicals have to work. Plumbing people have to work. And other services people are required to work there. Otherwise, we cannot support it. And calculations, safety of people, safety of system, safety is involved there. Quality is involved there. Quality doesn't belong to one discipline. Quality person is involved with all activities if that person is quality one. And then on top of that, human resources, different classes. So this is why I say it's a combination of everything. We cannot say this civil activity, no. Yes, civil activities there cost-wise measure, but other activities can't be ignored. So then how can you say I'm civil engineer? Yes, you are civil coordinating engineer, that's something else. Coordination is one part, because without coordination, you cannot complete that. But it is a project engineer you are, because you are handling project. You are handling all activities. So that is engineering management, I can say. I know without shop length. So mechanical engineer is involved there, HVAC engineer is involved there, electrical engineer is involved there, scaffolding engineer is involved there. Scaffolding design itself, mechanical design. Those bending moment surface calculated by civil engineers. Production is by mechanical engineers. So where do you say that you are alone? You are not alone. You are a member of a group or a team, you can say. One may be leader, one may be, that is different. Means performance is more important. Performance, once you understand, you will stop saying what you are. Performance is unlimited, remember. There is no limit in performing. It can go to, you can say, infinity. You can be an infinite performer if you decide that. If you don't decide that, no one, if you decide to sleep, who can stop you? Think of. If you sleep, you sleep. Your life. And if you want to be active, remain active. If engineer sleeps, one is dead, you can say. If engineer sleeps, that engineer is dead mentally, actively. That engineer is gone. Engineer should be much more smart than all other managers. That is root of engineering. Because if engineering grows, other people grow. Engineering like a tree. If engineering does not grow, no one in the world can grow. It's my guarantee. There can be no industry. There can be no factory. There can be nothing if engineering doesn't move. And those things, they are proud managers. They are not managers if there are no engineers. There cannot be managers. There is no independent field of management in the world. Nobody can be independent manager without support of engineering. If there is no industry, what's the purpose of manager? If there is no factory, nothing moves. What shall manager do? It's not a friction between engineer and manager. Question is requirement. You can say your manager for your position, for your status. You can say that. What I'm saying is that what we think or we used to think is all gone. Entire world is changed now. See, just in one click of COVID-19, everything is gone or not. Want to accept this? Complete drastical change all over the world. This means someone is there to look after you. So I should say, because I am discussing engineering management, which is subject nowadays for civil engineering particularly. I don't know in other branches this is not. But I don't consider subject of civil engineering alone, because this is subject of management, engineering management. It must apply to everybody, everyone. Because we are managing activities, we are managing group of activities, we are managing elements, we are managing systems. We start from designs, from conception, from budget. If we ask what budget you need for this project, we have to explain to them that's called budgetary estimate. We have to explain to them this is estimate. How can we calculate? Depends on your intellect, depends on your capacity, what can you do, how much material will be involved, or what is yardstick behind that, what is formula behind that. You must know that. It can be approximately tolerance of 5 to 10% variation can be. We have to give budget tests. It may vary, but later on, at least provision can be made. If it's not finished tomorrow, it will take years to come in. Example, big plants, facilities plants, industrial plants, which are very big in size, which takes many years. Those are also budget estimated one time. And then feasible report, this report, that report, so much feed and all that takes so much. And there's so much changes after that. Those keep on moving from one hand to other hand, then another hand, then another, like keep on like that. It takes say 5 years, 10 years. So you won't find what you thought in the beginning. It keeps on changing, even changing of technology, changing of procedures, changing of something, or you can say changes in soil. You don't find that type of soil there, or you have to wake up that soil, or you have to fill that area to get to that one. So many engineers are involved there. So once a complete engineering, you can say there is no one discipline. All disciplines stay there. There was an argument going on about soil. Soil. What do you think about soil? Everybody is soil, nothing else. Leave it. No, you can't leave it. Soil is real material. It is real material. Without soil, you cannot do engineering. Simple answer. If there is no soil, you will make building in air. Yes, flight can move in air, but flight also needs a road. High roadway it needs. Flight also needs airport. It can't fly otherwise. Soil is there, which is not valued, but it is top valued as far as function is concerned. Now, I'm not saying money. As far as its effect is concerned, soil cannot work without your objective. It is dead soil. It is like slush. If you can't understand this, and if you can understand this, then you are nowhere, because you don't understand this. How many engineers do understand soil? My question is that. Somebody argued that in civil engineering, there's no subject of soil engineering or rock mechanics. So you are not engineer in that case. If you don't understand soil, you are not engineer, finish. You understand concrete, you understand steel, you understand everything, but you don't understand soil. Or what sort of thing? You can't design in that case. And soil and foundation are related. Without soil, foundation cannot be designed, cannot be erected. So how do you say soil is no value? Soil is real value. Without soil, you cannot think even for any structure. Soil mechanics, rock mechanics, this is subject of ME, it's subject of PS. Hell with ME and hell with PhD. It is subject of engineering. Without soil knowledge, you cannot call yourself civil engineer. You cannot call yourself if you don't know what is geology. If you don't understand applied geology, you don't understand soil, forget yourself calling civil engineer. You are not civil engineer, finish. Because you don't understand anything. Where will you sit your building? Will you sit your head? If you don't understand soil, soil is natural basic material which cannot be removed. You have to use it. That's the only way. So you have to understand it. And if you did not understand in your degree, you understand on your own. You open, you buy books and read. Some you read from books, textbooks, some you read from professional reports that laboratories issue. Some you think your way and become a soil engineer so that you can become a civil engineer. You cannot design machine foundation. You cannot design building foundation. You cannot design, and don't think there is a specialty. Everybody is special when you know it. I was really surprised because I studied soil when I was doing my engineering. But I am from different, I am not from university, I am from institution. Syllabus I think was different. I understand now. I studied soil, incomplete. I studied rock mechanics, I am into the geology on my own because this elective subject is around a compulsory subject. Soil was compulsory along with construction. Construction and foundation engineering, where soil was completely involved. I cannot say that I studied studied in specialization of MTech or PhD. But during experience, I went through many reports of soil. Not report, you can say, big books, volumes of reports. You need study, you need knowledge. It doesn't matter it comes from your textbook or it comes from practical book or from professional book. It depends upon how you get it. So that's why you say engineer should be open-minded, wide-minded, not closed-minded. If you want to be closed-minded, that I have to maintain my status, I have to maintain my position, I should be called this manager or that manager or this engineer or that engineer, then you are limited mind person. Sometimes everybody cannot get position. It's by chance you get sometimes, by approach you get sometimes, by knowledge you get sometimes, it depends. But everybody cannot have everything. Of course I am not that lucky. I was never that lucky. But important thing is knowledge. If you have knowledge, you can maintain yourself. Forget your position. Knowledge is required, application of knowledge is required. Position does not give you knowledge. Knowledge gives you position. There's a difference. Sometimes somebody cannot express in the interview something, or you're getting different questions, you're not knowing about that something. It happens. So I don't mind that sometimes you have passed, sometimes you have failed. This does happen in life. But life does not end there. Life moves on and on if you move on and on. Sometimes you don't get fruits like you think. It happens. Why to worry about that? Engineering is moving, it has been moving, it shall be moving. Even after you die, it will be moving. Your contribution or no contribution, you're happy with salary, okay, that's one part of life. But salary is not end of life. Your status is not end of life. You may be general manager, you may be your owner of your company, okay, fine, that's your outlook, your responsibility. You're making profit or losses out of that. There's nothing to do with others. But whatever you learn, that keeps in your mind and you can apply wherever you find that. So that's what I'm talking about, engineering management here. Engineering does not have anything which is called E&D end. Engineering never ends, like medical never ends. Life ends, but medical doesn't end. Life ends, but engineering doesn't end. Engineering starts everywhere. It's refined further and further. Formulas keep on coming further and further. Technologies keep on coming further and further. But remember, Almost it is constant with certain modifications, say 5 to 10% or 20% variations keep on coming. So we have to keep that in mind, that engineering keeps on moving, and those who understand engineering without thinking financial issues into minds, or what shall I, now what's problem is package. Everybody is interested in package. Now package is ambition, not engineering. Package is ambition, not medical. Package is ambition. If you are living for package, I can't answer that. Package is an obstruction to learn something. Or leave engineering, I go to management. Leave engineering, I go to administration. I go to software. If that thinking has come in, because you are bound yourself, you have bound yourself for money, as if money shall go with you. You are not interested in learning. I have seen many people, they passed engineering in nuclear physics, modern physics, and then they went to management. Why hell you passed this? You destroyed someone else also who could pass this, and you are joining management because management is giving some package. So what was fun that you went to engineering, in that too in nuclear physics, which is very great field. But people are different. When money comes in front, Saraswati goes away. I mean to say, comparatively I am saying, I don't believe in that, but people believe in that. They forget that there is one money and there is knowledge. Money is there and knowledge is there. It's you to decide which one you have to select. Which one you want to be with you. You have to decide that. There is an option, you decide either this or that. Which one you decide? Or there is an option, you take both, you can't take both. There is a restriction. So what you decide? 98% people would decide money, not knowledge. And that is where drawback lies. We forget one thing. You forget one thing always. Wealth is well measured in world. It can't vary. Can you understand this point? Wealth is fixed in world. It can't change. Except agriculture. Surface production, that's agriculture. All other wealth is fixed. Because wealth does not come from sky. Wealth is already there. In lithosphere, that is part of earth. It is there. You cannot change its quantity. Yes, you can exploit that. You already exploit petroleum. All Gulf and Middle East looted petroleum as if this is their property and burned it, sold it. Otherwise, wealth cannot be increased. It's already there. God is that much brilliant. Gold, thorium, uranium, diamond, or iron, or steel, aluminum, whatever is there inside earth. You don't know how much is there because you have not seen that. You could not even cross 3 kilometers, you cannot penetrate 3 kilometers of earth. It is 6,000 something in radius. You can't reach there. What I am referring to you is a confusion among whole world that I can change my wealth. Relatively you can change amount, you can change value, because value is yours, not material quantity. Material quantity is same. You can't change that. That is radioactive material. Keeps on changing its structure in millions of years, thousands of years. But wealth remains same. So why are you buying wealth? That is one point. If you understand, you change your life. But you are not able to understand because your people shall not allow you to change. They want everything in life. And that is why problem always erupting. You face problem because of that tension for nothing. You studied engineering for so many years. 12 years school and 4 or 5 years later on, 6 years later on, you spend a lot of your time in engineering or medical, but you want to commercialize it. That is another problem. Why we fail in medical? Because we have commercialized that. We are not we have not decided to help patients, but to make money out of those patients. That is our objective we made, rather than serving humanity. That's sole purpose of Medico. They converted it to money making machine. Similarly, engineers have done that. They are not getting money in engineering, that's a fact, I know that. In engineering you are not getting money. It's your bad luck, our bad luck, my bad luck too. We are not getting money in engineering. We are getting money through other businesses, through other conversion of engineering to management, or engineering to software or somewhere else. Because money is our objective, not profession. That's why I'm saying engineering management does not need your money, it needs your knowledge. And those who contribute to knowledge, I think they support God. If you do good for earth, you preserve earth, you construct earth structures in a way that these are supported well, built well, without causing disturbance to equilibrium of environment, you are a better server rather than those who want to exploit this. That is what engineering management demands. But we are not doing that. We are never doing that. I think I'm just expecting for nothing. So why I say engineering management is your own management. You have to decide. Decision is management actually. It may be wrong or it may be right. It may be flexible or it may be rigid. It may be hard or it may be soft. Decision, time, cost on that, quality by that. When I say quality, it doesn't mean quality control, it means quality of system. When I say this person is that, we define quality of that person, or previously we used to say character of this person. This person is quality person, or this person is gossip only, this person is talkative only. Quality in general, system quality is important nowadays. Professional quality is also important nowadays, because without professional quality, one cannot say that I am a professional. I can't call someone professional if that person has no such quality. Yes, you can make money, you have high salary, you have facilities, don't mean that you are a quality person. Your approach, your contribution, and what you can do for public, that's important. For improvement of earth, that's important. Yes, you may say, but you are loyal to company. Okay, that's fine, that's part of job. Your company is not permanent. Your company is not God. You are not born for that company. Because you want stability in your profession, that's why you join that company and you want to stay in that company. And because you are a coward person, in fact, you can say, I have seen people working in some companies for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. They don't leave that because they don't have confidence in them. They want to stay there just because they have jobs, that's it. And they have good reputation with company. I'm not criticizing them, it's not criticism, just comparing means they want to have stability in life. Okay, I'm getting my salary, my family is maintained well, properly, this and that, why should I take a risk? Okay, fine. Well, this is your state of mind. State of mind, you have defined yourself that you are born for this company, fine, stay there. Nothing wrong with that. But are you really? The question is that. Does your profession demand that? No, your profession doesn't demand that, but it's your decision. That's what I say, decision is important. We say management, particularly 3 points are there. Cost, quality and time. Quality is bigger part now. It's much more than management. Much more than management. Management is limited. Management is defined. But quality can't be defined. Because management itself is quality. If you manage keeping all points, all knowledge areas into your consideration, it's not easy. Takeoff is not easy. You have to keep in mind time, you have to keep in mind cost, you have to keep in mind quality, and you have to keep in mind other factors, flexible factors, environment factors, and other factors like resources, how everybody is going to affect. stakeholders, your charter of projects. If you keep that in mind, decision making is very difficult, because analyzing every knowledge area is not in capacity of everybody. It's not. It's difficult to conceive even sometimes how aftermaths would be. Yes, you can do calculations based on quantities, all that, but that is one part of coin. Other part is also difficult. You can't assess what will happen in future. So that's what I say. Everything should be based. If your management quality management, your performance is quality performance, your actions are quality based, you can change yourself. You can say devote yourself. You can commit yourself. You order yourself, and you can punish yourself. Everything you have to do yourself. You are a forward, fast moving, accelerated person. You don't need any instruction from someone, because you will give instruction to yourself what you have to do. Of course, when you move in such a way, people will certainly follow you, and you will be a virtual leader because they have to come to follow you. And if you keep following them, keep following them, no problem. You can't pull them, you can't push them. You follow them. But when you use your mind, and yes, in starting it may look different, but when you keep on a constant scale your movement, you will move and change. What I'm saying is systems. There are two ways. There is a system, you are entering into that. There is no other way. You have to enter that, no problem. Understand it, analyze it, and once you are absorbed there gradually, once people know that you are there, you are to some extent reliable. I'm not saying to full extent. And you keep one change, start another change, nobody minds. Gradually take out one support, keep another support, take out another prop, keep another prop. Nobody would say anything. Gradually you change the entire system, they will accept. But in beginning say, no, I don't know the system, they will not. No, this is okay, this is what we are, this is what our processes are, this is what manual says. No, you if you want to accept, come on to this. Nobody will accept that. But when you enter there and you start dismantle one, put another one, dismantle other, put another one, all this you will gradually change all supports. Nobody will say anything because they don't know what's happening. Out of 500 props you change one, who knows? So one day it will become your system without even telling them what has happened. Or if you are starting something on your own, you start your system. Nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, if you don't systemize, if you don't, that's what I'm calling organization. I don't like management, what I want organization. Organization, that means you are organ of that. Everybody is organ of that organization. Hierarchy of organization chart is nothing. It can be changed whatever number of times. You can place someone somewhere. It doesn't make, but results and work in activities and actions, involvement, that actually rule what organization is. Sometimes your designation, you're working somewhere else, you're working some other designation, nobody minds anything, you keep on working. Your designation in your organization chart speaks something, you're doing something else. Nobody says anything. Means by practice, by virtue of your actions, your designation automatically shifts different way, and people usually start calling them. Is that not, flexibility or remolding of your position? It's remolding. Means once they forget who looks on organization chart every day, except in some meeting and specifically when something comes in. Otherwise, who bothers? Nobody bothers. So don't bind yourself to certain documents only. Documents are only for some other purpose. But your actions are more important. That's where I say engineering management is something different. It's not ordinary management. Management which comes to engineering where you deliver. Engineering means delivery. Do it and deliver it. Do it and deliver it. You have to do after planning only, after design only. If you can do it, it's fine, very good, do it. And that's why engineering is never same. It changes. You design one thing, second time you design a different mode, third time you design the same thing, you design a different mode. Every time you design, you will design something else, because when you work second time, something else would come to your mind. When you work on same thing and third time, something new would come to your mind. This is called mental work. That's what engineering is. Work of mind. Not work of paper, it's work of mind. You design one, make one drawing and ask second time you make a same design again, you will find different. Because your mind does not remember what you did. Your mind speaks something else now. So you got, both are same, there is no difference, both will perform, both are economical. In one you have taken 12 mm bar, other you are taking 10 mm bar. That's only different. In some you are taking 30 centimeter depth, other you say, okay, I take 25 centimeter depth. That's different. But performance is same. Safety factor is same. It's because it is engineering. Engineering is not discipline, remember. Engineering is life. If you consider it discipline, then you are not an engineer, because engineering discipline does not exist. That's a branch, complete branch. There's a time we used to be only 3 engineering: electrical, mechanical, civil, no other engineering was there. And these are actually basics engineering. It's not because I am civil I'm saying that. Civil, electrical and mechanical are basics engineering, without which nothing is possible. Of course, electrical mechanical comes little later. When building is ready or is under construction, they come that time. But starting is by very dirty work. And that dirty work is done by civil engineer. Very rough work, very scrap work, where you have to clean your garbage of site, you have to clean all kachra from site. You have to go to and survey that area where there is no stone to sit on. You have to assess everything there in sun. So it is from that level to a level where everything is finished and you are thrown out. In between come many engineers, electrical, mechanical, architectural, many others come there. CCTV engineers come there, then electronics, and then SCADA and all those whatever are control areas. Many come there after that. So engineering is basic, same, still same. You may get it or you may not get it. Basics is still same. Until your structure is not ready, your building is not ready, nobody else would come. They will come only when there is a route for them and you are ready to receive them. They would come only that. So I have a pride in that sense, you can say. I have a pride in this, calling myself that I am primary engineer in that case. Primary engineer. Civil, electrical, mechanical, these are primary engineers, on whom secondary engineers work. That is because you are foundation engineer. Foundation, not structural foundation, engineering foundation. You started engineering. You started a ready-made ground. You started a ready-made structure for someone else to come and involve themselves. So you are a framing engineer. You are a framework engineer. So this is the definition I am giving you because of engineering management, because without this, you started engineering for other engineerings. If there is no machine, I cannot work. So mechanical engineer is a must. If there is no power, I cannot work. So electrical engineer must. What else is a must? No else is a must. These people are always seen in beginning of work. But their work is not that value because they are not sophisticated people. They are little rough, tough and layman type people. You may say, he's a layman, he's an engineer, he's talking, he's abusing on site, he's crying on site, you see his dress, see his face, black face. Yes, that's right. Because we are Adimanav there. On site we are Adimanav. No chair to sit, no office. You have to stand. You have to go to something else, tea kiosk, somebody can give you tea, or you have to bring from your home. If you have car, you can bring. If you don't have car, you can't bring. What I am giving is, we have to understand that way. I never suggest somebody to go to civil engineering, never. Somebody asks me, whatever is your interest, go there. Simply my answer is that. Because there is no use. People are not ready to sacrifice these days. Nobody wants to sacrifice. Everybody wants luxurious life, comfortable life. Everybody wants package. Can you say you go to civil and get package? You can't say. Somebody used to come in long back. If you want to sit your mother, if you want to sit your wife, don't go to civil engineering. Finish. Don't go to civil engineering. You won't get your mother, you want your family, you won't get anything. So why you think so? Leave civil engineering. Don't go to electronics, go to somewhere else where you find AC room, everything. This is what you do. You can't explain to people. I can't say can you live in desert? Everybody is not in there. Even 60-70% of engineers don't want to live in this. Still now, you talk to design engineers, they won't like to go to deserts. And design engineers, oh, you are very big engineer because you are design engineer. Okay, fine. What to do then? But you are forgetting your design is valuable only when it is done. Your design is valued only when it is done, otherwise there is no meaning of design. You can design whatever you sit and do on software, they can do. Your design may be colored, is uncolored, stresses, no stresses. You deliver what you want to do. If that man on site, that layman person, foreman, if that site guy, supervisor, if that guy does not understand your design, that person will do it. Either stop work or do it. So where the first meaning of a design? This is a fact. Constructible, buildable design is a must. But if you don't go to site, you don't see practical work, if you don't understand problems of site, how can you produce a design that's buildable, that's constructible? That's basic requirement of design. It should be easy going. It should not be complicated. Every design is complicated. They don't understand how people handle on site. If your column size is such who can't apply vibrator on concrete, what's the purpose of your column then? It's not working. If you are not selecting what concrete you have to do in your designs, then what you are giving on designs. If you can't define how you have to do concrete, what concrete you have to design. If you can't define that, you are writing codes, this code, what I do with codes, I don't need codes on designs. My people are stupid people. You think that they are donkeys. I am also donkey there because I am in sun. I can't think that much. I don't have water to drink. I don't have food to eat, proper food. I am eating dust. I am smelling dust. And you expect me to read codes. Your specifications are not clear. You don't know how to specify what sort of designer you are. Your feed is not clear. Your specs are not clear. Your objectives are not clear. What design? Just drawing? Just some details? To site, to suit to site to do it. What do you mean by suit to site? You go and see what site says. But you are in air conditioner room. You are doing hard work. You are saying, I am intelligent, I am doing this work because I am intelligent, you are not intelligent, you are layman on site. They say that. Okay, I am layman. But don't forget, because of me, your design will be successful. If I condemn this design because I have to raise 20 queries in one trying to you, and you have to answer to me that, or you would miss to answer, what shall I wait? Shall I wait for weeks to get your answer? This is my clash with them. Time is important on the project. I can't wait for you because I have to be liquidated damages. Who shall pay them? You will simply say, it's not my responsibility. Whose responsibility is that? My responsibility. Design is yours, error is yours. You don't know what shall this site do. You don't understand anything. You don't know what's available in the market. You are giving very thin size of column. You don't understand how to cast that. All these factors must be considered in good engineering. You want to save money on column. You have to save money on beam. You don't know what is to be saved, where to be saved. Save it, but not everywhere. If there is no comfort for site person to do a job, that person can never be quality. Remember, you will find all defects on materials, concrete materials on site, because those people are fed up when they don't understand your design first of all, and then implementation is so difficult. So what can foreman do? He will add water into concrete just to do job, and I would not accept that. So there is a clash. Engineering management is not free hand. This requires value here, and you are bound by your codes, you are bound by yourself, which you never have experienced. Go to site, stay there, see how people work. Give them method how you do it. Have you never given method? Site guys do all method themselves and do that. And they say no, change this, change this. They send you queries, you don't answer. It happened with you many times. Why this design is right? To change it. They have to change it. It happened. You are thinking something and just you are thinking because you are writing. There was a case of one foundation, tabletop. Tabletop is not easy foundation, massive block. There was a big foundation, then thick columns, and then thick slab, big slab, come beam, very deep beams. It was long back, I think in 2002 somewhere. It was in cracked gas foundation, tabletop, and propane, etc., on one place, and so that. I was surprised to see one design. In that, on the tabletop foundation, beam foundation, there was a construction joint given by the designer. I was very much surprised. This does not require construction joint. Why designer sitting in England has given that? I talked to someone. No, this is because there is some problem, this problem, that problem. I just want to give some reason. Shut up. This is my query, answer me. My query is that engineering says monolithic concrete is best, and this is not that much quantity where you should do changes in construction. Why you have kept construction joint here? Explain to me. Because I want to do in one go. Why you are saying to me two goes? In two go, it's very impractical. What they did, they didn't answer. They sent a revised drawing. A revised drawing free of construction joint. This means they just copied it and pasted it from somewhere. Simple. Copy, paste, and just change number of drawing in project and send it. Let that site people suffer, let them see, let them raise question. Means your job is only to do that, to fulfill requirement of contract and finish it and send as a document number, change number, do that. Let site guys see. If suppose I didn't see there was someone else, they will keep on that conjoint, they'll spend time on that, kick it later, means it would take 5 times on that to do that concrete. What's technically it's not required. There's no sense in construction joint on that, but they exhibited 2 meters beams at your construction joint in that. What is technical purpose? No purpose. But because they copied and paste. You know, when you chip someone, you hack someone, they understand that. And this is not first case. There are many instances as such with me. Many instances. I don't explain them here. What I'm saying is, some people think everybody is full on site. They won't raise. This happens. That's why I'm saying, give complete details before delivering your designs. I am not involved in designs, but it doesn't mean I don't understand designs. It's education. We understand. We understand philosophy behind designs. Yes, I am not full-time design engineer. I have never worked full-time on any big project. But doesn't mean we don't understand that. Just like you understand construction, we understand designs. It's natural. A mechanical side person also understands designs, but his field designs. It's nothing, can say foreign for me. Yes, I am not expert on your software, and I am not dedicated to designs. I am different man, you can say layman, but sometimes layman is also important. engineering is completely different, and engineering management on top of that, further different. If you can manage, you can organize, do it. But construction should be easy. Design should be easy. It should not be complicated. Those who think complicated design is very good design, it gives a very good topping or the plan of that, elevation of that, it is nonsense. Sometimes simple designs are very expensive, very tedious, but work is easy, and that is required. If work is easy, we can get quality. If work is easy, we can move easier. If work is not easy, everybody would be in problem. You will find defects on site. I visit many projects. In India itself, Bharat, India, I visit many projects, and really it's disappointing. Very, very disappointing. There are people who are from quality, from designs proofers, proof checkers from IITs, professors. I don't understand relation between proof checking and net professor. Why they enact such rules? Professor is professor, that's it. You teach a student, your job is that. Your job is not to involve on site works. You are not experienced on that, but because people think they are professors. You are professor of teaching. You are not professor of work. There's a difference. But they are involved. They have to seal, sign, and get money. That's their job. I discovered many specification deficiencies, many issues there. Why you did not raise question to this professor? Oh, no, we sent letters, we wrote to him. He is not responding. So what if he is not responding? Then contractor says, oh, I'm talking about EPC. Contractor says, no, you give me anything, I'll get it done, no problem. Means a contractor says like this, you give me anything, I'll seal myself. He keeps seal up the professor, so he will sign, no problem. What's the purpose of signing? Are you sitting for signing? Your contents for signing or for reviewing? This is the status in this country. The sign is also commercial. That's it. Pay money, get signatures. Because responsibility lies on designer, not on him, professor. But mandate is prof checking should be done by IIT professors. So I hate IITs that way. What nonsense, you're professor of IIT. You are not going to review it. You are not going to respond to this. Does it professor? Is it professor? You are only designed to get money. You don't understand what is written in documents. Where you should object is to find something. Because you are not taking interest. Because conductor is doing everything and you are just endorsing. So I was upset to see many sites. Quality exists on papers, not on actual works. I asked quality guy, why these cold joints? He looks at my face as if he never heard what is cold joint. He never heard. Why these uneven surfaces? Why this honeycombing here and there? Oh no, I told them, I gave observations on this and they did not respond. It's online, what can I do? Common system, BIM. It's common system. They didn't answer, so you keep silent, your job is over. Quality is that. I asked many other questions. Why did you use OPC for this project? I asked him, which cement you use? OPC. What's the reason behind that? No reason. Because it is used now. Yes, I know. So I am asking the reason. What was the reason? You explained to me that you did not go for some other cement. OPC is very old concept. No, it's PFA based OPC. Okay, PFA based OPC. How many percent PFA? Then he didn't know that. Oh, then he's checked on some document. Oh, it's for so many percentage of this. Why did you not go for GGBS? Do you know what is GGBS? They don't know. I'm not saying it's their fault. It's because they do not update themselves. If you do not change yourself, if designers do not change themselves, if people are not unaware of what's happening in the world, engineering requires that. Engineering in our country or other countries are no different. Engineering is same. Just like medical technology is same, engineering is also same, it's uniform. Yes, it may take few years difference. Today in field, after 10 days it can go to university as a part of syllabus. That can happen in education. But as far as field is concerned, our concerns are send designs to other countries also. This means engineering is same. But only problem is update. We don't update. Even if it's available, we don't want to take time. We will go to conference, we will go to seminars for photo session, for prize distribution, for that. But real papers would take only 10 to 15 minutes for one to study. And what can you explain in 10 minutes? I don't know. I used to write so many papers to some, but they don't give time. So I stopped going to seminars. No meaning if you are going to 10 minutes, I can't explain something in 10 minutes. I speak very fast and we are not understanding. It happened, I attended some safety seminars, and because my time was very short, I spoke very fast and fast and fast. Then we did not understand anything. Okay, get lost if you don't understand. What can I do? This happens. Show business. They want to perform some seminars and then say we have performed so seminars. They have delivered awards, photo sessions, this and that, which have nothing to do with the seminar. Question is knowledge. Where is knowledge? If I go to some seminar, you go to some seminar, some conference, you should understand something, you should know something. Otherwise, why should I waste my 5-6 hours for going there? No meaning of that. I don't want to see your award function. I want to learn something. That's the purpose of continuous professional development. CPD, that's all. So why I'm saying, it's no criticism first of all. We have to change engineering in this country. That is a must. If you cannot change, then it's only for namesake engineering here. Today's engineer is not suitable in industry. What's the reason behind that? You know that? Today those graduates, those BEs or BTechs are coming out of university or even IITs, they are not suitable for industry. Reason is that we don't have good teachers. We don't have professionals who are teaching in universities. Our professors are not site-oriented, work-oriented. They are just theory, and they can write books and become professors. If you write 4 or 5 books and show in a CV, they will say you have well experienced, you have written books and that's your author. So they will consider for your associate professors or professor. But what about practice? Did you ever work in field? Answer is no, or fake answer. If you don't have worked in field, how shall you teach your student about field? This student is having deficiency. That person has to stay in field for a couple of years just to learn what to do. So there's a deficiency here. When I passed polytechnic study, I joined somewhere. Of course, it was not total engineering, some engineering. I can't say that diploma is very big, but you know something you can do in field. Calculations you can do, quantification you can do, follow-up you can do, site work you can do. So for a couple of years you have to do. By time you improve your education. So that period helped there. So I was, you can say, a little oriented on sites. But if directly you come from university, you are blank on site or practical work. Somebody should tell you, but why should somebody tell you? Question is that. What interest somebody has got to tell you something, to teach you something? That's the point. So, till you learn, till you are well trained to suit to productive job, why shall industries give you money and why shall employ you? It's your defect. Your professor, because himself is not well trained on site, cannot explain to you what is problem on site. Here is a deficiency which they won't accept. They won't accept that professors from field should come as visiting professors. Experienced engineers should come from field to university as visiting professors. They won't accept this. but they accept or they don't accept. We have to do something. But unfortunately, there is no administration this time. Government is not interested in education. That system doesn't exist. So something is to be done, or our engineers are scrapped. Nothing. Not even salvage. And when engineering falls, remember what happens. If I am engineer there, it's not because of, it's because of government support. Free education like I got, maybe lakhs of you got same type of education, government policy. Like free schools, like free diploma, like free further education, like free, I'm not saying exactly free, but like free, everybody could afford. That policy should be reintroduced. Commercial education now. You can buy, what's the purpose of that? If you buy and say you are this and you are that, does it serve purpose? So it's no engineering. I'm not talking about individual manager, I'm talking in totality of our country. Really, it's very bad, I can say. Mr. Jagdishwar Kauna. Good morning, Zigzag. Sorry I could not see you. I was just concentrating on my talk. Good morning, sir. How many metric ton? Jagdishwar Kauna says 1 unit is equal to how many metric ton? What does it mean? 1 unit? Which 1 unit is asking? How many metric ton? What 1 unit? I can't understand his question. What are you asking for? 1 unit equal to how many metric ton? I is not giving clear question. Well, so I say now I have explained much now. I try to move to I stop management talk now. Better take some water first. It's very essential. What is saying? I need how many people? So I'll stop talk of management now. I'll go to, I think I was talking about some talks from Qatar Civil. I now talk about better FIDIC today rather than, because time is not that much. So I'll completely review about FIDIC, that was Red Book. And then we'll start from this material of, I can say, this general specification that I was concentrating on of Qatar civil specifications. That's section 1, part 1, I can say. After completing part 5, that's section 5, I talked to concrete. I then started on part 1 general. Now I'll take tomorrow because it's much time I've taken on this. I'll now go back to FIDIC review of Red Book. I have completed Red Book. I will just have a review and start EPC contract. That's silver, FIDIC silver. So I moved that from there to now because just the time is there, and I open that book first of all. Let me see, I open that book. FIDIC. construction red book. Okay, I open that book and just review what we left to when we take up this. Says FIDIC 2017 and just this red and silver. I'll give you red and silver. In this book, in this we talked of in this we talked of, I was somewhere where I was. Let me just go back. So we talked of syllabus of this complete index, and we also talked of your sequences, that is, we talked of this typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction, and after that typical sequence on payment events envisaged in clause 14, and typical sequence of dispute events envisaged in clause 21. After that, it was typical sequence of events in agreement or determination under subclause 37. We discussed thoroughly scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, and thereafter we continued on you can say all 21 clauses. This is general provisions, and then employers, engineers, contractor, subcontractor, staff and labor, and then plant material and workmanship, commencement, delays and suspension, test on completion, employers taking risk, defects after taking over, and measurement and valuations, variations and adjustments, contractor price and payment. Then it was termination by employer, suspension and termination by contractor, care of works and indemnities, exceptional events, insurance, employers and contractors claims, disputes and arbitration, and then general conditions, etc. So now, in these various terms are there. For example, in general conditions, they had to understand certain terms. I'm just repeating because I don't exactly know where I left. Because general provisions and definition, and that was accepted contract term. Definition, I'm just telling you what are given there. Accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, bill of quantities, claims, commencement date, compliance verification system, conditions of contract, contract agreement, contract data, contract price, contractor, contract documents, contracts equipment, contracts personnel, contracts representatives, cost plus profit, country, and DAB, that's called dispute avoidance and adjudication board, a new introduction, and then DAB agreement, date of completion, DOC day work schedule, which are important item, and there is no other solution. You have to issue day work solution, day work schedule, then defects notification period, DNP, that's called delay damages, disputes, and drawings, employers equipment, employers personnel, employer supplied materials, engineers are presented to exceptional event and extension of time, UT and FIDIC, final payment certificate, final statement, foreign currency, general conditions, goods entry and payment certificate, IPC, that's called joint venture, JV undertaking, and then key personal laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, local currency materials, in the month, no objection notice, and notice of dissatisfaction part, and then particular conditions, party, and payment certificate, performance security, permanent works, plants. Hello? Hi? Who is this? Hello? हाँ? अरे कौन साहब बोल रहे हैं? हाँ? आपका आवाज साफ नहीं आ रहा है। Yes, I'm in Delhi, Faridabad. I'm here. I am not doing anything. I'm just living. Yes, just no. See, not it's not easy to record 4 hours and 3 hours. It's very difficult. So I just give live videos. Because how can you record so long videos? There's no memory that much, and then it takes me. I tried once just to upload 1 hour video. It took whole day. So I elected that I had to do live video. Whatever right or wrong it goes, it goes. And moreover, moreover, it's your experience with how much you can explain. That's right. Means if you can explain, let it be sometime wrong. You will say apology for the what's. Yes, yes. And you know why I want to. Yeah. Sometimes it happens. Slip of tongue. What can you do? Life. What life? Just living every day. That's life. My life is not no personal life. So I just pass time like this, means 4 hour videos this day. Then you have to prepare for video again. You have to get information and doing some posting and like that, just to be busy. That's all. Because I'm not behind money. See, after that, after Abu Dhabi, I went to, yeah, this Saudi Arab. After construction of my house, it took about 2 3 years to construct my house. There was some problem because previously so after that I went for 6 months to Jeddah, and there was a big project of Jeddah hospital, but there was some politics, and this was at completion stage. There were so many complications. I had some dispute with Egyptian manager, so I had to leave. But owner was happy, so don't go, no, I can't work, because he was a structured thief, he was. So then I went to Qatar for 6 months, another one. Then I did not go anywhere except to China for 2 weeks. Then I said there's no meaning of age factor is there, you see. In civil, age is very important. I went there Qatar for 6 months. There was a small company, Milton's company. I worked there for 6 months in many projects, small projects like Dukhan project was there. Some projects some small projects were there. I was there for 6 months. Then I came back. See, those projects, actually I wanted some big projects and I did not get them. Because companies want your experience, your knowledge, and they just want to give you nothing. So salary was not bad, salary was okay there, but then I came back. I tried to do my work here, consultancy work. I did that for one company here. I got good amount from that, and with that I am managing. That's no big issue. I am getting enough interest for me just to live. So with that I tried to do consultancy work, but market flopped then. Market went to negative, and now it is completely finished. So we have to pass time. See, money is not a big issue here because I have no problem with money. I have house. I am not giving any rent, and my family doesn't exist, so I don't have to worry about that. So my only requirement is food. I am getting my food with that money, and I'm not very fond of any habit. So what I want, but because I try to write something, writing is no important because publishers don't accept writings because they say if your book is sellable, means who buys your book? Professionals don't buy book. Students buy book which gives them pass. That's all. They buy books who your professors recommend. So then I say, okay, let us do something to pass time. This is only passing time only, and I made it a practice. Let us be busy like this. What's wrong with that? So I entered into this news and this and that just to think of, analyze and all that. People think that I am from this party or that party. That people start thinking, what can I do? See, if you write in favor of government, they think you are BJP person. If you are writing against them, this is a Congress person. So what can you do? Means they have fixed either you are this or you are that. Nobody thinks you are independent. So I think same. Yeah, I've seen. I could not understand your question. Sorry? Sand. See, 18, you consider 1800 kilogram per cubic meter, 1.8 ton per cubic meter average.
Yeah, but what normally you say in general price only is unit. What is the unit?
That's what I'm telling you. There are two units, either you take in cubic meter or you take in tons. They usually send in tons, not in units. Cubic meter they don't accept, because those people don't understand cubic meter or cubic feet. So they will send so many tons and so many not tons. So average is 1800 kilogram per cubic meter. This is normally accepted unit of sand. It means fine sand or coarse sand. Generally coarse sand, this is called, just like concrete we say 2400 kilogram per cubic meter. Sand is 1.8 tons per cubic meter. So if they say so, that's what I'm saying. 1 cubic meter is 1.8 tons. I see, this is their own units. Then nobody knows this, but whatever they say, you either they, yeah, 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 there is some cheating in that, because their truck is weighed on weigh bridge actually. It depends. No, that's what I'm saying. When they send truck, it goes on to weigh bridge. You know weigh bridge? There is a weighing bridge in every quarry. It stands on that and it is weighed. Truck weight is known, total weight is known, then they deduct that and this is weight. Actually they pay like this. No, what I am saying, 18, I told you 1800 kilogram per cubic meter. You can say how many cubic feet in a truck. You can count, you can take length and width and height of that material. You can find cubic meter or cubic feet, whatever you weigh. So what I am saying, 1.8 ton on an average per cubic meter of sand. If it is aggregate, it's little higher than that. You can say 2 tons per cubic. Depends on size of. So sand is a smaller size, and you take further below dust, it will be a little different than that. So that is approximate. That is an approximate way, but they charge for actual weight. They don't charge like we are saying. When the truck is weighed, they actually charge for weight. This is truck weight. Truck weight is known; it cannot change. Total weight is this, so they take difference of that and pay taxes on that. But they can tell you something else. Yeah. So, but they will not give you that receipt which they pay for weigh bridge. You ask them that receipt. You can ask them to give me the receipt. They will not give you. They will say, no, it's this much you accept or not. Huh? Yeah. Well, that truck unit, I don't know how they count. See, one cubic meter is equal to around 34 something cubic meter. You can divide by 0.0283. If you multiply this, if you multiply cubic meter, see, if you got it? No, it's not like. Yes, see, whatever cubic feet you get, multiplied cubic feet by 0.0384. That there's a unit given in every year. You can multiply it by that, you get cubic meter. That is fixed unit. That is nothing to about. For example, one cement bag of 50 kilogram is 1.25 CFT. One bag of cement is 1.25 CFT cubic feet. So that way everything is fixed in density. There is no change in that. So, but these people have different units. Means their own units. Means they are not technical. Yeah. Where? I left in 2008. 2008 February, I think I left. February or March. Yes, before you I left.
Then I left, I think, I left immediately after you, I believe, a couple
No, you made a call to me after that you. I don't.
India, no? I think I did call to India. Or it was Australia or something. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Chennai.
Sorry?
Chennai was there. Chennai.
Chennai?
Chennai. You know, I was from Chennai for 3 years.
Chennai, Madras.
Yeah, Madras.
Acha, acha, acha. Good, good, good.
Because that's a UK firm, you know.
Uh-huh.
I used to stay in that other story.
Uh-huh.
I'm not hearing from it.
Uh-huh.
Then because the time in India.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that I went to Qatar.
After that, you've been Qatar.
Yeah, that's what I went to Qatar. I was there for nobody.
For.
With the other corporation.
Uh-huh.
And I really wrote to the position of senior advisory chairman.
Uh-huh.
And he's traveling
Huh.
UK and Austin and Nepal like that. And
Uh-huh.
after 2014, I was with them as head of the department.
Uh-huh.
Then I thought 2014, I think 2019, I believe, I would like to retire myself. Yeah, 60. But I thought 60, I should look it.
Uh-huh.
That time when the other corporation is not accepted.
Uh-huh.
Is the age you people have about 50 years or 60 years they retire now.
Uh-huh.
Or 80.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Then I thought, okay, I work as a permanent employee. Maybe you need, I'll work at some other position.
Okay.
Then I was moved to the advisor,
Uh-huh.
company advisor, technical advisor to the company.
Mm-hmm.
Then I used to travel every 2 weeks there, sitting.
Mm.
Then after 2008 again, I went up to 2017.
Mm.
Then I thought, but that now all this also is new.
So what's your age now?
Huh?
What's your age now?
Double six.
66. You are like me.
Four.
You are 55 born.
No, 4.
54. I am 55 January born. So we are. I thought you are more than me.
Yeah, of course. You are right.
No, I thought you are around 70 or 75.
No.
Because you are having family, you are having so many kids. So I thought.
I'm totally busy with the society activities.
Uh,
I'm the general secretary in the organized home.
yeah.
Around 200.
You are a member of that ISKCON also, I remember.
Yeah, of course. That's devotional.
So that temple is over?
No, still going on. Now, Corona is stopped.
This Corona is Krishna actually. I understand Corona is Krishna.
Now it is only time to Krishna to take rest. Because nobody is asking him anything.
That's right.
Relaxing all your relaxing now.
Uh.
No pink, only single food, only Corona, right?
Uh.
For them it is very easy.
But Corona is very smart.
Yes, it's smart.
It has controlled whole world. It's smart really. I respect Corona now. Like, it's very powerful.
Yeah. So, moving on, two grandchildren are there. They're studying, one is 8 and another one is 6.
Uh-huh.
They're doing good.
Your grandfather.
Grandchildren.
Uh-huh.
So, totally busy.
So you are enjoying your old age.
Yes.
Good.
As per our system, I'm the last leg of our life. Of course, we will accept everything. But actively.
Mm-hmm.
Not simply sitting and doing anything. Just I'm totally busy morning out and see them on something. Help them, do service.
Yeah.
That's I think that way.
Mm.
Then I not only watch your videos also when I will get time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will come back. Then I spoke something to you.
No, it's okay, fine. Means what's wrong with that? I was surprised to see because I don't get phones early morning, so I wanted to attend. Maybe some special phone is there, and it is of course super special, not special.
So everything is going on smooth as of now.
What is smooth means? Who knows about life? Means if you are happy, it's okay, fine. That's it. What I expect in my life, and what do you expect? Nothing. No, even from yourself also, what do you expect? Means just living every day, time pass, and one day you leave this world. That's all. I can't expect tomorrow what should be. I don't know tomorrow.
No, you not for you. This will die only, nothing else.
That's what I'm saying. Means
You be free, you do not.
in this age, I can't expect I should be head of a company. So there's no meaning in that.
No.
So if you get fine, otherwise I can't run behind that because it's waste of time. So just pass your time or help someone or tell people something. They accept or they don't accept. It's up to them. But that's only because during your work you cannot do all this. I remember you used to tell me you are wasting your time. I remember that statement you gave me many times. You are wasting your time. But you have to earn money also. That's important. Nothing else.
Yes.
Because
To learn is okay. It's a simple life.
yeah.
There is a, money is never as long as you satisfy your human life.
Mm.
There's enough for life and finished. That's it.
Yeah. So.
It never ends.
So I'm not expecting anything. I think it's better as soon as you go, it's better.
Yeah.
Because you lose respect in your system only. People look at you differently. Even your daughter, your son, they will look at you differently.
Yes.
So just like this, oh, this man is 70 years, don't care for him if corona he catches. They will think like that all over the world. You are secondary. You are not original. You happen to Europe, they say this person. Huh?
You have my number, no, in our side.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is my number, but the number,
Okay, I'll save your number. That's all. I'll save this number and
So you are in Faridabad.
yeah, Faridabad. This is about just border of Delhi and 8 kilometers from there.
Oh, that's all.
8 kilometers. My sector is 8 kilometers. Otherwise, it starts from border itself. If you this is Faridabad Delhi border is called Vadarpur border. From there it starts, but I am 8 kilometers inside. Huh? Hello?
Yeah, is everything fine? Then see one day.
Yeah, why not? We will certainly meet if everything is fine. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, bye. Sorry, everyone. What to do? There's some call from very important person. We are together in Abu Dhabi for a couple of years. We worked together. We were there together, and I could not miss this call. Please. It's a very important call. This was mechanical engineer. He's a senior person, and we were together in bidding section, and just narrating experiences means how he passed his time after that. Well, engineer, senior engineer, MTech, and excellent one. I'll continue on my subject now, and this is I'm saying this is called permanent works and performance security, permanent works plant program, and provisional sum, QM system, retention money, review, schedules, schedule of payments, section, site, special provisions, specifications, statement, subcontractor. All these terms are used in definitions are given there. Taking over certificate, temporary works in tender, tests after completion, tests on completion, and time for completion, unforeseeable variation, works years. And then we come on to interpretation of that, which is very important. Other than this definition, this contract except where contract requires otherwise means their definition is he and she, herself, himself, and like that in himself, etc. And there are so many words which is singular, plural, which have got relation with one includes other one. I agree, agreed or agreement, and written, writing, or etc. type written like this. May means what and shall means what is all given there. Consent including, and you can say words Words include and includes and words indicating person, parties, and execute works. And in any list on these conditions, where second last item of list is followed by or, and, or, etc. So there is notice and other communications in that, how to give notices, how to give communications, and this is given in that chapter in details, which are very important from contractual viewpoint. And law and languages means what about law and what about languages. How we deal with the profile value. Priority of documents is very important point. This is priority of documents. Again, I'm going to stress it because that's an important point. If you miss this, you miss something. And this first priority is contract agreement. First top priority, and second top priority is letter of acceptance, and then the letter of tender. Then contract data, that's called particular conditions, part A, and particular conditions part B, and special provisions, and these general conditions, then specifications. Then drawings, schedules, and joint venture undertaking, or any other document forming part of contract. After the party finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, that party shall provide, shall promote, shall promptly give a notice to engineers. And that's more important point. Describing ambiguity or discrepancy. After receiving such notice, or if engineer finds an ambiguity or discrepancy in documents, the engineer shall issue necessary clarifications and instructions. Then contract agreement is there, which is very important document, which is on which whole project lies. And then assignment is further work, how to work on that. Then subcontractor, you can say what is subcontract is actually assignment. Then care and supply of documents, how to care and supply these documents. Then you can say what about delayed drawings or instruction, how does it impact on project. Employer's use of contractor's documents, and then it is in other one is contractor's use of employee documents. These are very important clauses. Then confidentiality and compliance with laws. And then it is joint and several liability, and then is limitation of liability, and after that is contract termination. And then it comes to employer, what employer is. And employer means what employer needs right of access to site, then assistance, and employer's personal and other contractors, and employer's financial arrangements. After that, site data and items of reference, employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. And then come for engineer clause, and which is what engineer is. This is very important item which must be known to you. Let me read it little for you. Employer shall appoint engineer who shall carry out. Employer shall appoint engineer who carry out duties assigned to engineer in contract. Engineer shall be vested with all authority necessary to act as engineer under contract. And if engineer is a legal entity, a natural person employed by engineer shall be appointed and authorized to act on behalf of engineer under contract. An engineer or if a legal entity, natural person appointed to act on its behalf shall be a professional engineer. Must be a professional engineer, means engineer shall be engineer, or if a legal entity, natural person appointed to act on its behalf shall be a professional engineer having suitability or suitable qualification, experience and competence to act as engineer under contract, and shall be fluent in ruling language. Ruling language means what language is mandated in contract. And where engineer is a legal entity, or engineer shall give a notice to parties of natural person or replacement appointed and authorized to act on its behalf. Authority shall not take effect until this notice has been received by both parties. Engineer shall similarly give a notice of any revocation of such authority. Then engineer's duties and authority after that, which is very important part, and it is very much must be known to you. And simply I'm just explaining to us written here, except otherwise stated in these conditions, whenever carrying out duties or exercising authority specified in or implied by contract, engineer shall act as a skilled professional and shall be deemed to act as for employer. Engineer shall have no authority to amend contract or accept as otherwise stated in these conditions to relieve either party of whatever duty, obligation, or responsibility under or in connection with contract. Engineer may exercise authority attributable to engineer as specified in necessarily be implied from contract. Engineer is required to obtain consent of employer before exercising a specified authority. Requirements shall be as stated in particular conditions. There shall be no requirement for engineer to obtain employer's consent before engineer exercises his or her authority. Under such clause, employer shall not pose further constraints on engineer's authority. However, whenever engineer exercises a specified authority for which employer's consent is required for purpose of contract, such consent shall be deemed to have been given. And whatever acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consent, disapproval, examination, inspection, instruction, notices, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, test, valuation or similar act, including absence of any such act by engineer, engineer's representative or whatever assistant shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, obligation or responsibility contractor has under or in connection with contract. Then there's engineer's representative. I shall have to explain something about this very important term. Though explained before also, it's better to refresh. Engineer may appoint an engineer's representative and delegate to that person in that position in accordance with subclause 3.4, delegation by engineer, authority necessary to act on engineer's behalf at site, except to replace engineer's representative. Engineer's representative, if appointed, shall comply with subparagraph and shall be based at site for whole time that works are being executed at site. If engineer's representative is to be temporarily absent from site during execution of works, an equivalently qualified, experienced and competent replacement shall be appointed by engineer, and contractor be given a notice of such replacement. Then delegation by engineer, or you can study yourself, and there is engineer's instruction, what is that, and replacement of engineer, what is that, and agreement or determination. This is very important part. This is actually contract part. This avoids avoids dispute avoidance and adjudication board involvement as well as arbitration avoidance. It involves if agreement or determination works, whatever engineer determines and agrees for whatever claims from both parties. In that case, if it works fine, it stops interference, expected interference from DAB or from arbitration. Then let's go further, and that is clause of another one that's most important. Meetings means what are meetings, how these are conducted, what's the way of conducting these meetings in these. And if you go further and find contractor, what is contractor or contract's general obligations, these are described here. And if you go further down, the performance security means performance bond, you can say what are contract's obligations in that, claims under performance security and all that's return of performance security. When it's another contractor's representative, who are representative contractor means agents on site or legal representatives on site. And then it is contractor's documents, what are contractor's documents, how this work. And then otherwise it is training, you have to train whom, and cooperation. After the setting out, and you can say there is health and safety obligations. After that is quality management and compliance verification systems. Quality management and compliance verification systems that are very important. That is quality management and compliance verification system. And after that is use of site data and sufficiency of accepted contract amount, unforeseeable physical conditions, and then was rights of way and facilities, avoidance of interference and access route, and there is transport of goods, contractors' equipment, and after that protection of environment. Then temporary utilities, and after that is progress reports, which was discussed, explained. Then security of site, watch and ward of site, you can say, contractors' operations on site, which are all then archaeological and geological findings, which are properties of government. It may be fossils, coins, articles of value or antiquity, and structures and other remains or items of geological or archaeological interest found on site shall be placed under care and authority of employer. Contractor shall take all reasonable precautions to prevent contractors' personal. Then subcontracting, what subcontractors, why we subcontract, and nominated subcontractors. Nominated subcontractors are different. These are decided by engineer or owner. And then staff and workers or staff and labor. And then, of course, engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor workers, recruitment of persons and labor laws and working hours and facilities for staff and labor, health and safety of personnel, and contractor superintendents, contractors personnel, then contractors disorderly conduct, and then its key personnel, and its plant materials and workmanship, and that is manner of execution, samples, inspection, then testing by contractor, and then defects and rejection, and there is remedial work, and there is ownership of plant and materials, and royalties. Now, there's another one is commencement delays and suspension. This is very much contractual clause because this creates so many problems. That is commencement delays and suspension, commencement of works, and then time for completion program, and then it is advance warning, extension of time on completion, that's called EOT, and after that it is delays caused by authorities. And if we go further, we'll find a rate of progress. Then it will be delay damages and employer suspension. So suspension is also by employer as well as by contractor. Consequences of employer suspension: payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, then prolonged suspension and resumption of works. After comes tests on completion, that clause, tests on completion, that is contractor's obligations, and after the delayed tests and retesting and failure to pass tests of test and completion, and there is employers taking over. Another major clause, employers taking over works and sections, and then taking over parts, and after that interference with tests on completion, and then it's about surfaces requiring reinstatement, defects after taking over, and there's completion of outstanding works on remedying defects, and there's cost of remedying defects, and then it is extension of defects notification period, and failure to remedy defects. And then it is remedying of defects works off site, and then it is further tests after remedying defects. Right of access after taking over, contractor to search, and then performance certificate. This is very important. When you perform, says performance of contractor's obligations under contract shall not be considered to have been completed until engineer has issued performance certificate to contractor stating date on which contractor fulfilled contractor's obligations under contract. Engineer shall issue performance certificate to contractor with a copy of employer and DAB within 28 days after latest of expiry dates of defects notification period, or as soon as thereafter as contractor has. Now, there is an unfulfilled obligations and clearance at site, and there is measurements and valuations. measurements and valuation. And then there is, that is, works to be measured. Means when you measurements, valuations, works to be measured, and thereafter it is method of measurement, valuation of works, and there is then omissions, variations and adjustments. That is also very important, variations and adjustments, which gives rise to claims of variations, not claims of contract. And right to vary. And then there is value engineering. That's very important part, which is very important nowadays, value engineering. And then variation procedure, and then you can say, you can go further. Before that, I'll just first say we are talking about FIDIC. Just for information, we are talking about FIDIC. Alright, what we studied in FIDIC, what we just review of that, variation procedures, and after that there is variation of instruction, variation by request of proposals, and variation of provisional sums. Provisional sums, these are provided for certain specific items decided by engineer or employer. And then there is day work, which is very special. I would like to little explanation on that day work, because it's very important part on contract. Day work. What is day work? You should understand the term itself says work in a day. But why work in a day when we have already a contract? We have already BOQs, the items, rates of items. Yes, that's a question mark we have to answer. Why do we need that when we have many types of BOQs are there? Generally all items are there. What's purpose of having a BOQ in a day work statement in that case? That can be a reasonable question and must be answered, and that answer is, there are certain items which can't be measured. There are certain items on site we have to do out of our EPs, out of our contract sum. Those don't cover, due to whatever reason you can say. There could be any reason, whatever reason. We can't measure them, we can't use any unit on them. So what we do in that case, those an unforeseen activity, what agree contractor and engineer on, they agree that there should be done by employing workers, resources, materials. Actually what, how many hours they do. And this is a supervisor on them to note that they are not wasting time, they are doing work according to requirement, and every day activities are observed, noted, and those activities are hourly noted and then submitted to engineer by contractor. Because since that's not defined already, there's no unit rate for that, and there is no way that we can agree. So we say so many people have worked so many hours, so many workers have worked, so many titles have worked, and so much quantity of material has been used. And also if a machine is involved, so many hours of machines are involved. All these data are collected every day by both contractor and verified by engineers representative, and these are signed by both and submitted as a report. And for how many number of days or part of days, of how many hours these people and resources, this personal resources work, those rates are fixed. Hourly rate or material unit rate and machine hire rate are fixed, and we can work out total amount of that, total cost of that, and that's called day work operation. That's only purpose of that. So we will go further on that and see how it works. Let's go then further on that and see. Adjustments for changes in laws, that's very important. If contract permits means laws are mandatory, we have to follow. Adjustments for changes in cost, and then contract price and payment, that's very important item. Contract price is lump sum contract, price can't be changed. We have to define price and contract. There is no way that one can touch that after agreement. And advance payment, if contract permits advance payment, it is to be guaranteed, it is to be secured, and certificate must be paid. And then what is repayment, that should be recorded. Then application for interim payment, and then comes that schedules of payment, and not necessary that we have to follow those schedules if work does not move according to school's agreed. If there's a variation, then we can change percentages. Then plant and materials intended for works, plant and materials we have to discuss, we have to read that, means it's not means intended for works. And after that we can say that is issue of IPC, that's interim payment certificate, which is also mandatory because contractors are paid frequently in a interval, say 1 month. This payment to be made according to achievement of progress. Only thing we say, if suppose your valuation does not exceed this amount, we won't pay, we pay next time then. So that condition can be put in. And then there's payment is important, and delayed payment, how it affects contractor, and then release of retention money. After which is statement at completion and final statement, that is draft final statement and agreed final statement. And discharge is very important. Discharge means you are discharged from contract, your responsibility of contract is over, you can go and sleep and just maintain this work, and after that final discharge can be obtained. So discharge is very important on contract. Then issue of FPC, final payment certificate. After that, this is clause 1414, clause cessation of employer's liability, and then currency of payment. And after that is termination by employer. This is clause 15.1, termination by employer. Notice to correct means there are defects, correct those defects, this can be noticed. And if you don't do that, then termination for contractor's default can be taken as contractual action. And after that is termination, and after termination, completion of works. Then valuation after termination for contractor's default. This default, when you issue notice to correct and you don't do that. And payment after termination for contractor's default. And then it is termination by employer's convenience, that's different one. For employer's convenience, it's responsibility employer then, not of contractor, because this is not contractual. But it is their provision, the termination for a contractor's convenience. It is different from the valuation after termination for employer's convenience. And then is payment after termination for employer's convenience. Now suspension and termination by contractor. Suspension and termination by contractor. Suspension by contractor, that is engineer fails in suspension by contractor. Then if engineer fails to certify in accordance with clause 14.6, issue of IPC, employer fails to provide reasonable evidence in accordance with subclause 2.4, employer's financial arrangements, employer fails to comply with subclause 14.7 payment, or employer fails to comply with binding agreement or implement decision of DABS They should not dab under this article. It's not. And such failure constitute a material breach of employers, because if contractor is not sure that money is not being paid and when it shall be paid, if contractor is not sure, contractor must know money is available that shall be paid. If that person doesn't know, why should that person work? Maybe you don't have budget, you don't have fund, and you are forcing me to work and you won't pay me later on. That could be a condition, real condition, which I don't want to face. So as a contractor, it's my right to know where's your budget, who shall pay you this money. And if I don't get my money paid, then why should I work? Question arises. Because I am not taking risk of money, you are getting work done without money. So it's a question. This is a case where you can say that this clause applies. It's a very important clause. But suspension by contractor can be done, and even termination by contractor can be done in that case. Then notice and all that, which all actions can be taken by contractor. And contractor's obligations after termination, then you have to see that is described here. And payment after termination by contractor, and this is done there. Care of works and indemnities. There is something else. Care of works means you have to take care of works until you are responsible, and all works must be taken care of. Responsibilities for care of works, and then liability for care of works, and then it is it's intellectual and industrial property rights. Intellectual and industrial property rights. And then it is indemnities by contractor, and after that is indemnities by employer, and then it is shared indemnities, and then exceptional events. Exceptional events have been added while force majeure clause has been deleted in this 2017. This is a change, that force majeure clause has gone. I don't know reason for that, but it is same as force majeure. There is no difference in this. It is exceptional events because it says, it defines exceptional events, what force majeure used to define something, and it is same as beyond a particular quantity. Means the exceptional event means an event or circumstance which is beyond a party's control. Party could not reasonably have provided against before entering into contract. Then having arisen, such party could not reasonably have avoided or overcome, and is not substantially attributable to other party. Now, an exceptional event may comprise but is not limited to any of following events or circumstances, provided that conditions 1 to 4 above are satisfied. That's like it's given A, it's war, hostilities, whether war be declared or undeclared, invasion, act of foreign enemies, and other one is rebellion, terrorism, revolution, insurrection, military or usurped power or civil war, riot, commotion, or disorder by persons other than contractors, personnel, and other employees of contractor and subcontractors. Strike or lockout not solely involving contractors, personnel, and other employees of contractors, subcontractors. Encountering munitions of war, explosive materials, ionizing radiation, or contamination by radioactivity, except as may be attributable to contractors' use of such munition, explosives, radiations, or radioactivity, or natural catastrophes such as earthquake, tsunami, volcanic activity, hurricane or typhoons. So these are same as force majeure, nothing very specific in that. Only name is changed, I think, because of involvement before, involvement in this is of UK, and I think that term they have removed. This European Union doesn't matter. Yeah, effect is same. You may say same thing as force majeure. A notice of exceptional event. And then you can say duty to minimize delay. That's very important, because if it happens, force majeure or these exceptional events do happen, then it becomes duty of both parties to minimize those delays so the work can be reinstated, restarted, because this is not because of either party. This is a responsibility, joint responsibility of both parties to minimize delays to minimum, to do to minimize as much as down as possible in interest of project. Then consequences of an exceptional event, and after that means optional termination. That's in hands of optional termination in hands of particularly contractor. And then you can say release from performance under law. Release from performance under law. And after that it comes that it's insurance in 19.1 general requirement, and it is then insurance to be provided by contractor, and then it is it is that after that employers and contractors claims. This is a very important part. Employers and contractors claims on each other, and this is clause number 20, and it may arise due to whatever reasons, and there are 3 points given here. Let's see what are those. And if a claim may arise if employer considers that employer is entitled to any additional payment from contractor or reduction in contractor price, and or to an extension of defects notification period. And second one is if contractor considers that contractor is entitled to whatever additional payment from employer and or to EOT, or if either party considers, both of them, either party considers that it is entitled to another entitlement or relief against other party, such other entitlement or relief may be any kind whatsoever, including in connection with any certificate, determination, instruction, notice, opinion or valuation of engineer, except to extent that it involves any entitlement referred to in subparagraphs A and B above. In case of claim under subparagraph A or B above, subclause 20.2, claims of payment and EOT shall apply. I go to in case of claim under subparagraph C above, where other party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement or relief, or is deemed to have disagreed if it does not respond within a reasonable time, a dispute shall not be deemed to have arisen, but claiming party may, by giving a notice, refer to claim to engineer, and subclause 37 agreement or determination shall apply. This notice shall be given as soon as practicable after claiming party becomes aware of disagreement or deems disagreement, and include details of claiming party's case and other parties or engineer's disagreement or deemed of disagreement. Now, claims for payment and extension of time is a provision, and after that is notice of claim and its procedures are there. Then you further go on to find that is then in this are so many procedures. In this instance as notice of claim, then you have to engineer's initial response, and then contemporary records, then fully detailed claim, and after that within either this and that, and you can say disagreement or determination of claim, and it is after that we find claims of continuing effect, and in general requirements, and then disputes and arbitration comes in later end, and that is 21 clause in this FIDIC, that is arbitration, that is disputes and arbitration, which we have discussed at length, and then failure to appoint DAAB members, and then it is about avoidance of dispute. Obtaining DAB is obtaining DAB decision, obtaining DAB's decision, and you can say after that is amicable settlement, and then arbitration. After that, failure to comply with DAB's decision and no DAB in place, and how does it work? After that is appendix, and that is general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement, in which are definitions like general conditions of dispute. Or continuing it as you know, we have gone through this, and I understand that these are clauses, 21 clauses, of which 20 are contextual clauses, others are arbitration, etc. These clauses have good impact on your, these clauses have very good impact on contract. Just a moment, please. I have to close my window. So that So these clauses we discussed so far, these 20 clauses plus 21, which is disputes and arbitration clause. These are very important from contractual viewpoint, and you being engineer, or you can say senior position engineer, where contracts are of much importance to you. You are not simply a site engineer but a project engineer, or project manager, or construction manager, or you can say you may be a contract bidding engineer, which is very important, bidding engineer, or estimation engineer, or you may say dealing with bids, or you may be working under consultants. Everywhere, if you do not understand contracts, you won't be able to succeed in your calling, in your profession, whatever designations you are there. It's not confined to site engineers, or construction managers, or project managers, or site agents, or you can say engineer, or you can say employer, or you can say consultants. It's for every profile engineer, every senior profile engineer who deals directly or indirectly with contracts. Contract is not a job. Contract, again I say, it is to be done. Name is contract. Remember, name itself tells you both are these moving together. We say this, we say no, namaste, this is contract. You are moving in same direction, same track, that is con plus tracks. You have to be continuously on track if you want a successful achievement of contract objectives. And if you miss it, analytically if you miss it, contract means both are there, employer is there, contractor is there. Both are bound by this contract, Yes, one is actively bound, that is contractor. One is financially bound, that is employer. Both are bound, but both need someone who can convert these two tracks into complete system, and that system of these tracks are sleepers to connect them, fixed sleepers to connect them, and these sleepers mean there should be a professional who is responsible to administer contract independently, without any binding on either party. And that professional always means engineer who is designated in contract as engineer, not site engineer, but engineer. Engineer under contract, engineer who administers contract, engineer who directs contract. That engineer, independent one, nothing to do with employer, nothing to do with contractor, but to do justice to both. And that justice is no one should suffer, but project be delivered. If project cannot be delivered because of inefficiency of engineer, that engineer is not acceptable. Here it's different role of engineer. It's not exactly professional role. It is professional role plus contractual role plus administration role plus adjudication role, and like that many other roles. Technical role is very important, which involves management of materials approval, management of organization of drawings approval, and decisions regarding technicalities, not to add even a single amount and not to delete a single amount without requirement. There can be omissions, there can be additions depending on contractual requirement, for which permission must be obtained from financial responsible person. And that is very important point. If you don't understand that point, we cannot do anything. Engineer cannot be successful. Engineer here is not qualified engineer alone. Engineer who must be pragmatic, who understand pluses and minuses of all contract conditions, who cannot deliver any decision which goes either in favor of someone or against someone. For engineer, favor or no favor, support or no support got no meaning to an extent contract is concerned. We have to take contract in completely neutral way here if you work as engineer on project. It's not you are working on behalf of employer. It's not that you are working on behalf of contractor. It is that you are working on behalf of project. Your objective is that project must be done and delivered according to contract. That is your objective. You are not required to support contractor financially. You are not required to support employer financially. It's not your job that contract should employer should have undue benefit or contract should have undue losses. That's none of your business as engineer on contract. Your job is what should be done according to documents requirement, according to contract documents, according to designs, according to specifications, according to contract, according to what is good work done in the industries, according to standards, according to all attraction of documents. Nothing should be left unattended. That is sole purpose of contract. Otherwise there is no meaning of contract. Is contract a document thing? Does it mean only a document to submit to some court? No, it's not that. It is a true agreement that we would move according to this. An engineer who is there, being not a party to this contract, but virtually without which position this contract cannot move even a single millimeter, because technical approvals of project and all submissions lie with engineer's role. Approvals are recommended by engineer. All approvals, material approvals, shop drawing approvals, or whatever proposals, changes, all that, specifications, proposals, whatsoever within ambit of contract are always, always do come. I should not say are certainly they are. Job of engineer is to be certain about contract, to be certain about what is required. No possibility of ambiguity should be taken up. There is no possibility. If there is ambiguity, that ambiguity must be made clear at an earliest, prior to that is being worked out on site. If there is ambiguous drawings, there is ambiguous detailing, or there is ambiguous whatsoever, there could be even ambiguous specifications. Though this has been delivered and offered as turnkey or lump sum, yet if some ambiguity is overlooked in beginning or condoned by engineer or engineer's staff and pointed out, or even if not pointed out, its staff itself may review it before contractor review it. If contractor reviews and brings to attention of engineer, it is sure duty of engineer to review it at an efficient level and find a solution for that without importing any variation of cost or cost implication or cost constitution. That is job. There can be the hundreds of specifications, there are hundreds of clauses, there can be errors somewhere. Nobody can say that no. There are possibilities, there are chances, and this amounts to lowering specifications or you can say avoiding standards. Those possibilities must be reduced to an extent possible, but even then you cannot say that everything is perfect. During currency of contract itself, there can be definitions, requirement, or demand, please define this and please define that. Therefore, it's not simply saying that your contractor do it, your contractor is fine. It's therefore very important here to understand what we are talking about. Simply saying contract is not enough. Contract is sometimes very dangerous, sometimes. Remember, on contract, generally people keep in mind something while bidding. This happens. I keep in mind something. After all, say I'm contracting, I would like to generate some claims because during competition time of tender, I can't price up higher than others are pricing. That is my confinement. I'm not liberal, I'm not free, I'm not allowed to be free. If I write higher rate, I'm lost. Even my technical submission is higher than others. It's difficult to justify that I am better than others because they talk of technical submission, but when price issue comes, technical submission is sided. This is because nobody wants to take responsibility. Even engineer won't take responsibility because it shall be called in favorism. When issue of pricing comes in, it's very difficult to stage. You compare prices, then it's very difficult to justify. It's very difficult to justify that because of technical superiority, I am not accepting this price, I am accepting higher price. It's very very difficult statement where open contracting is involved, because technical superiority means what? Everything is given in contract. Even if yes, there can be possibility of alternate submission. If there is an alternate submission, then you cannot say the price rise. Your price should be lower than your original price. That point also comes in. And we have to be smart enough. Means if my price is a question mark, so I cannot say that my price is higher. If it's higher, then in fact I'm debarred, you can say. There is a 99% chances that I won't get the contract because of price limitation. I think it's no way acceptable, even if my superiority in technical work is higher, because technical, they say technical is technical, okay, you should lower your price because you are saying your technical is higher, you are the expert, so you should charge less. This is justified, unjustified, like unknown events, we cannot say unexpected events. Oh, nobody shall take any responsibility until it is a specific contract where such condition is not applicable, where unique contract is there, unique document is there, and where you are only a party that can do this. And there is a rare case, maybe in some super specialized, but like nuclear reactors, concrete, or nuclear reactors, gamma rays on concrete or something, where you are an only party or you are an only foreign national who can do that. There we may say that some condition could work positively, but in common way, no, you are a part of competition team. There are 3 or 4 or 5 offerers or tenders or bidders who are there, and in that case it becomes very difficult because your competitors are there and you claim that you are having superiority in technicalities. Other persons would also say, I am having superiority on how to justify that superiority? That's the point, because you are saying we are going to comply with all conditions of contract. So we are going to comply with all conditions. Now how you are superior, that's very difficult to justify, because whatever material you propose, whatever you propose, that is according to requirement. So where is superiority? Your superiority can be only that. Either we reduce quantities or we reduce something else or redesign or something, and that is not guaranteed. Means you may say, can you reduce time? You can't reduce time because reducing time is not very easy. You can't justify that, and you will trapped in it on. You can't do that. So it's there. Technical, even your technical specification, technical submission is higher. It's of high level. No engineer's representative, no engineer shall be qualified enough or shall be competent enough. Though that may know it, that may person know it, but say they will like to negotiate with you. That okay, your technical supervision is fine, your technical work is fine, we agree with that, but we can't give you that price. That's the point. So where either you have to come down, there's no other way if you want a job to come down, or you have to give up that. So that point is very important. Means contract is therefore I say it's not that easy. If you support that party, employer looks at you with different eyes, and maybe employer stop trusting you, because it's a question of billions dollars of contract, where even 1 million is big amount, 0.5 million is big amount. It's not it is a difference of 0.25 million. You can say question arises, why are you getting interested in that higher amount when there is already a low amount with you? And as far as technical details are concerned, technical submissions are concerned, everybody can sign in that, no problem. We will give same technical backup as this party is giving. So your higher price won't win your job. Only your higher technical base with lowest price, you can get job in civil works in what your country you work. Except when there's no other person available in your field, you are exclusive, and that's different case, a rare case. So contract rules called contract. This is conditional contract. This contract is given to you because of your specialty, but not exclusive specialty. It's inclusive. Others are also there. You must keep that mind in mind. So this is what I'm saying about contract. Means contract is not easy. It's a track of two persons walking with some other administrator in between. While administration is everything in virtual world, but practically, legally, that administration has no control on the price except other than this. That person can say technically it is okay, performance is okay, and changes in specification, okay, and you can say alternative submission is okay, whatever is there, but price is prime important, because price is given by some other person, and that person doesn't want that you should you increase price of this, because it's a question of order of budget. I found this. You can't go against that. So here engine is bound. If engine gets permission from employer, okay, you can vary in writing. If employer accept that, that's fine. Here the engineer is freed from his confinement. Then engineer says, okay, gentlemen, I agree with you. If the employer says that, then engineer can say, okay, fine, you approve this. Then if the employer says, okay, there's no problem, this person higher price, ask if they can do something like that, and then they actually force that bidder to come down that acceptable limit. Later on we will see now it's a question of policy, it's a question of our company policy or this, and so many reasons are there, and later we will manage somewhere else. That happens. So ultimately price dominates, you can say, and who knows what shall happen after 1 year or 2 years. Contract may take 5 years, 4 years. So there are so many hands changing, when employer changes, who knows what's there. So what I'm saying is that don't take contract an easy one. Don't take life of contract engineer is so easy, and don't take life of contractor also so easy, because contractor has to comply with contract documents, with contract, and also contractor has to worry about time, has to worry about specifications, and also in addition to that, contractor has to take complete responsibility, liability, and on top of that, contractor is interested in making some profit. That is more important. Otherwise, there is no function. There is no operational base that contractor should come into field. If contractor is going to lose money or going to make no money, then what's the purpose of contracting? It's business for contractor to make some money, say 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. If even 2, 3, 4, 5%, that contractor cannot make money, why should that person come and take all these risks? That's the main point. Contractor must get some money, otherwise why should that person come? It's a question of guarantee, it's a question of warranty, it's a question of defects, it's a question of liability of resources. I also show that contractor is going to take from beginning to end by an employer is just sitting and I'll pay you something. Okay, you'll pay me some for working. And engineer has every time to catch hold of contractor, don't do this, you are doing this, you are doing that. It means it's very difficult game. It's very difficult game. All time you're under hammer. Hammer, work-wise, not personally. Nobody will say it personal to you, but hammer you as far as your contract is concerned. And that's very difficult actually. If you consider it like that, and this is very different, you can say in that case, I should only say that don't think the contract is so easy. It's not easy. Contractual responsibility is higher first of all, because you must be matured enough, pragmatic enough to understand how contract operates. Every day on contract is very important. Every day starts with tension and ends with tensions. This is contract. And don't think that supervisors who supervise like engineers and resident engineers or others, they sleep with sound mind or sound sleep. I don't accept that. And employer too, because employer is investing money. You don't think that that person sleeps, because that person may be not able sometimes to arrange money due to varied reasons. But that money has to be paid in time. So that person may also be in problem. So contracting business itself is very, particularly construction contracts. These are, because that employer not only dealing with you alone, that person also deals with engineers and other people. His stakeholders, own stakeholders, where their charter lies, this project charter on behalf of employers lies, where maybe many stakeholders from public or many stakeholders from somewhere else, or international parties may be there, interested partners may be there. So their charter is very big. You are just a contracting company here, but that person is having finances from varying people from various legal. So that's a big organization. So it's a big headache for that person is also not free. And in case that person doesn't or doesn't succeed in arranging finances or payment to contractor, what happens to that? That's a big point here. We cannot say that as the finance don't think job. All actually both and including engineer. In a triangle where two are parties and one is independent one, it's difficult in that triangle to stay calm, to stay stable, peaceful. It's difficult. Though triangle is 180 degrees, but saying only line is there between contractor and the other triangle, two lines are ineffective because that is independent engineer who has his own problems, who has to satisfy both parties, employer as well as contractor. Because generally contractors would claim about engineer. This engineer had not done this, I'm getting late, my drawings are not available, this decision has not taken. Then the engineer has to take every decision. Engineer is under fire from both. Contractor speaks against him and applies why not taking decision. And there may be some problem, none of those can understand those problems. I'm verifying codes, I'm going through this code is not available on that. But these persons want, these parties want really understand that point. And that is where, some clash may appear. That's not clash actually. It's a kind of debating that this is a must. Then employer say, okay, think twice if this can be avoided, because employer does not understand, problems behind. Employer cannot anticipate, and if engineer is unable to explain to him, and once he understands, then he will always be rigid. Why they do not check that? So I'm saying sometimes limitations are very significant. Limitations by contractor, limitations applied by engineer, because you can't expect employer to know about your technical values, your technical powers, and contractor engineer, because even employer may not know exactly what contract is. Signing is one part, but understanding is another part, because here actually engineer is important. Engineer framed that contract, engineer devised that contract, employer simply signed based on certain advocates advice, probably though may not be advocate for employer is engineer. So here contract exists, but maybe employer does not understand actual meaning of contract, and maybe sometimes disputes with engineer, what you have done this, why you have done this. This happens, but engineer is neither enemy of employer nor enemy of contractor. It's only a point of control where engineer holds it. It's the controller of that contract, you can say, administrator of that contract, which is very important part from engineering viewpoint. And if you don't understand that, we lose something. So with this, I should close this talk today, because I'll take up revision we have done on this FIDIC 2017. Of course, I missed this general materials specifications on QCS. I'll take it next time, and we'll start our this FIDIC 2017, and that is EPC silver. Though today I missed, I took a lot of time on you can say management. So let's hope we'll have less time now. So I close this today. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and all best for that.